Today is Sunday, 5/24, May 4th in the Philippines. And we're going to have a special show today. I'm going to do something different. And the thing that I'm going to do different is I'm going to discuss 3 different topics, including dating site and problems that may occur when trying to meet the lovely ladies on the dating sites in the Philippines. And I will go through an in-depth review of some of the ladies' profiles and pictures. I'll just give you a brief synopsis now, and in a few minutes we're going to go in great depth. Please don't post anything just yet. I have some links I want to post on the channel. I may even take your comments down so that I can post my links at the top of the page. So just give me a minute to review what's going to happen in this video, and then I will post the link to the book and the video that these comments come from. And the author of the video is Jill Weiss. So we're going to discuss dating sites and profiles and how to assure yourself of getting a date, but which questions need to be asked, because typically the girls don't answer or even have even more than one word on their profile. Many just have the word hi, H-I. So that's one thing. Second thing, we're going to give you a computer update. I was at the store yesterday to purchase the computer. And now the third thing is I'm going to go to my channel and I'm going to post the title of the video with the author of the video that I'm using as a reference. Now, during the course of this video, I'm going to give you some timestamps into the Jill Weiss video, which is 13 minutes long. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read you the title. The title is The Difference Between Malignant Narcissists and Sociopaths and Psychopaths by Jill Weiss. That's the original video title name, but I couldn't fit it into my description on my tablet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my notes as I normally do. I'm going to open up the page. I'm going to open up the page, and then I'm going to post the link and the title. Now, some of you who have been my friend for a very long period of time, I sent these links out this morning. So this is 174 characters, so it fits into the notes. Now, I'm going to use not so much a disclaimer, but I'm going to state unequivocally that the words I'm going to repeat and the descriptions of those words are not my opinion and not my conjecture. Every word and every timestamp is going to come from the Jill Weiss video that I'm posting the link to now. So this is not conjecture. This is not opinion-based. This is directly from Jill Weiss, who I will read her portfolio. She is a certified narcissistic abuse recovery coach and works with clients all over the world from the trauma of narcissistic abuse and parental alienation. So I'm going to give you that piece of information as well. And then in a few more minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the names. Certified, okay. So, I have to cut out a few of these words. I have to cut out 17 letters. So just give me, okay. Okay, now I can post that. So this is the link to Jill Weiss' page. This is the link. So again, I'm going to state that everything I say in this video is actual words that are in the video I just posted at the top of this page. And now I'm going to start to give you timestamps, and the references in the video by the words that I use are not my ideas or my conjecture. For instance, at the 30-second timestamp, Jill describes the topic of malignant narcissists, sociopaths, and the psychopath, and the difference between 3 dark and sadistic personality disorders. So when you eventually go to the original video, as Warren H. did this morning, you're going to find that at the timestamps I give you are the words that she said, but I'm not going to give you every timestamp for the video. So just give me about 2 more minutes to get a few more posts up. So at the 30-second mark, this is how I'm going to do this. She describes the malignant narcissist, the sociopath, and the psychopath, and the differences. And she interjects that all 3 are dark and sadistic personality disorders and disturbed human beings. So she also says that about just after that, it's not important to know which one of these disorders references the person you may or may not be thinking about at this time. There's lots of time, and the fact that she's going to give you the informational books, 2 of which are PDFs, and I have the links for it in the description box, that when I get to that, I will give you those links. So at the 1 minute and 50-second mark, she describes the 3 E's. These 3 E's are empathy, entitlement, and exploitive self. So what I did was I looked up this definition so that you would have a reference as to what this is. And you will find that, it's too long. Another one that's too long. I don't know why that happened. What you're going to find, I got to cut that. All right. What you're going to find is that the 3 E's is something she's going to talk about in great depth and describe what it means for a person to be exploitative and who they exploit and why they promote themselves as something that they are not. And that all goes underneath the entitlement of the 3 E's. So the next, and here is the link. If you wish to look up what self-exploitation means, here is the link for that. So right now, I'm going to go through the topic matter that I have written down. I could show you my notes. I could do that, and how I did this. But I will talk about the exploitative nature of a narcissist, a malignant narcissist, or a sociopath, according to the words in the video by Jill Weiss. So she says one example of an exploitative nature of a narcissist would be showing something and offering or selling something that would have no value. So that could be the person's charisma trying to make you believe that they are something that they are not. It could also be something that they wish to sell to you for monetary gains. Now, recently, I saw someone trying to sell something on YouTube that has no value at all and can be taken back with the click of a button. So that would be an example of something that had really no value. For instance, let's say I wanted to sell timeshares for $11,000 for the hotel when it's complete. Okay, so I say to you, you send me $11,000 and I'll send you the contract for a timeshare. Well, there's no guarantee that I'm going to give you a timeshare at all. There's no guarantee you're going to get anything in writing. I just asked you to send me $11,000, and when the hotel is complete, I'll send you a contract. That is the exploitative nature. Now, if someone is very charismatic, and there are people on YouTube that are charismatic, they might pull something like that off, but for a smaller dollar amount. Or another exploitative example is trying to sell yourself, or the person who might be a narcissist, might be a sociopath, that might be a psychopath. They try to sell themselves as the only expert in a particular field of endeavor. And especially, she makes a point of social media. So that would be, if I said to you, I am the only channel on YouTube that's worth watching, and I did it in a way with a suit and a tie and clean shaven and my hair combed or combed back so you could actually see, like, you know, something neat on my hair. If I did that, I would be saying to you that I, Michael Fazio, I am the best YouTuber in the world. Now, out of 13 million channels, we know that's not true. But there are people on YouTube that try to sell themselves as the only channel worth watching. That is an example that Jill Weiss uses as an example of an exploitative nature. And that is what any one of those three behavioral patterns, or people with those behavioral patterns, will do. So I urge you to review. Now, in my playlist, I recently added 4 playlists. 3 of them are about sociopaths, psychopaths, narcissists, and malignant narcissists. There's about 11 videos in all 3. And every one of them are by different people, typically. But the commonality between the 3, I think it's 4 doctors or sociologists or pathologists, psychotherapists. The commonality is they all use the same 3 books, which I'm about to give you the names of the books. It'll probably be about 8 minutes from now. So right now I'm going to give you the link to my playlists page. Okay, so that's the link to my playlists page with the playlists of the narcissistic, malignant narcissist, and sociopathic videos. Okay, so what we have here now, the next thing I'm going to describe is at the 3-minute mark, Jill Weiss talks about something called ASPD, and the primary factors that determine if a person has those things. Now, those ideas and concepts that Jill Weiss talks about are not her opinion. They come out of the 3 books that I'm going to give you the links for in a few minutes. So the first factor, and I'm going to post that right now, the first factor is, oh, again, it's too long. Okay, I just cut that one little part of the sentence out of there, and we get back down to 198. So Jill talks about something called ASPD, and I'm going to go back to my notes so it's big and easy to read. And that is a antisocial personality disorder. And she describes the primary factions of an antisocial primary faction as consistent. This is the first and the foremost of the three determinations to figure out whether a person is simply a narcissist, a malignant narcissist, a sociopath, or a psychopath. But the consistent disregard for the feelings of other people, which can include emotional deception and physical abuse, inclusive of lack or total lack of remorse for the wrongdoings of the person that is doing what they're doing. So I'm trying to figure out here, is anybody able to comment? Would someone just make a quick number comment? I'm not real sure. If I can't see any comments. I'm sure that someone would have commented by now. So is it possible to comment? Okay, Uncle Eddie, thank you. Okay, so I will go back to my reading. Thank you very much, John Escape and Uncle Eddie. Welcome to the machine. I'm going to go back to my notes. So I'm going to post that again. Jill talks at the 3-minute mark about ASPD. And those are some of the determining factors that decide what degree of antisocial personality disorders are exhibited by a person. So now they must exhibit 3 of the following disorders. Okay, so we have to get that out of the way, and there we go. We're back down to 183 characters. Okay, so to know if a person has ASPD, they must exhibit 3 of the following: a disdain for authority and social norms shown by a continued illegal and law-breaking behavior, such as, and this, Jill gives this as an example, accusing people of being gay for another person with no proof that a person is gay. That would be an example. Now, that example I took from a video, but this is an example based on another video that I have in my playlists. So this isn't Jill Weiss's example. This is an example that I'm using for just they will say anything, what a malignant narcissist or a sociopath will do is they will say anything to harm another person's well-being, not so much in the physical, but certainly in the mental. So this is just one example. So if I was to say, my friend Jack Thompson is gay, I have no proof of that, but it would harm Jack Thompson's reputation none the same. Even if I said Jack Thompson is gay and then a few minutes later I apologized, which is typical behavior of a narcissist, that they will say something very egregious towards another person. Now, some of these things that I'm going to use as my examples are documented and time-stamped and recorded on social media, from social media platforms. But that would just be an example of an egregious thing that someone with ASPD would say with no remorse and total disregard for the person's well-being. So even though they may get caught and then they later say, well, I'm sorry for what I said, they're not sorry. This is going to be covered in a few minutes. So, okay, so that would be an example. One of the things is a total disdain for authority and social norms shown by a continued illegal and law-breaking behavior. Now, I myself, this is true and documented, I have 2 videos, actual videos. Hello, Dr. Page. Hi, welcome to the machine. I'm just going to put a few more notes up and then we can have a conversation. Thank you for stopping by. I myself have it in video format with facial presentation by a person that said I had flesh-eating bacteria, and that is why Daisy May left me. Well, now I have that in 2 videos, and that would be illegal. That would be illegal. So I can use that as an example because I have a documented video, and it's noted in quite a few places. So you can't say certain things on social media. You could say, you know, F off. You could say that if you want. I mean, it's not a big thing, but you can't accuse somebody of having flesh-eating bacteria, because then they become a menace to society, and actually, you know, they can cause bodily harm to other people. But this is where the personality disorders differ from one another. A psychopath and a sociopath, they have no empathy, no compassion. That's one thing. So if a person shows that type of ASPD, antisocial personality disorder, we're moving towards what they will be considered. Now, another example is that Warren H. and I have been accused of being gay for one another, with no proof. There's no proof of that. In fact, Warren and I have never met each other, nor is there either one of us are gay, but it has been repeated multiple times. So that would be an example of someone having no regard for the well-being of Warren or myself in social media, or presenting that as to be truthful, and then doing it with a malicious intent. That's another example that moves you up or down the path of being a psychopath, a sociopath, a malignant narcissist, or at the least, I guess you could call it the least, or the least worst of the 4, a narcissist. Now, another thing that would be considered the total disregard for the safety and well-being of other people that happened recently, where I was in shock as to what was said on a messenger conversation. Now, I have this recorded, and in the messenger conversation, there were some words back and forth between an unknown person and a person on Facebook. And what they did is they showed part of the conversation. And the conversation had words in it that could be taken multiple different ways. However, the malignant and or narcissistic or sociopath or psychopath personality disorder took those words and twisted them up into something that was not said in the social media platform. Welcome to the machine, Chris. Thank you. Just give me a few moments. I'm making notes here. I'm reading from my notes. Thank you for stopping by. A Brit in the Philippines, an old friend on YouTube. Thank you, Chris. So the total disregard, this is part of being, this moves you more towards being a psychopath. The total disregard for safety and well-being of other people. Because the messenger conversation was probably considered to be private, and they made it public. But they didn't just leave it as a public commentary. They embellished and exaggerated as to what it could mean, but only inside their own mind, not what it meant. Because I have confirmed that the words used in the social media content were, first of all, they weren't stated by the person that it was intended to do harm to. It was stated by a third party. So basically, it's third-party hearsay, which this is what a sociopath or psychopath does. They embellish and they exaggerate and they exploit other people with hatred and anger and total disregard for the person's well-being. So this moves them up the scale towards being a psychopath. This was third-party hearsay that was stated as conjecture and possible fact in the commentary that the person made on that messenger. Now, if I had a messenger conversation, okay, so everybody out there knows who I am, and everybody that I communicate with through Skype or Messenger or Facebook, I have never, ever, one time, ever revealed the conversation that was made to me. There was no agreement that it should be private. I just don't do things like that because it goes against social norms. So what the person did in that video, basically it forms a pattern of irresponsibility and disrespectful behavior generally meant to harm or destroy a person, and as a hostile aggression aimed at destroying someone or something or a person's reputation, moves them up the scale towards being a psychopath, according to Jill Weiss's, thank you, Jack, according to the video, Jill Weiss. Now all of the things I just discussed, except the parts that I talked about, my personal choreographing of what was said on social media, all of that occurred before the 5-minute mark. However, at the 5-minute mark is a key component to determining malignant narcissist, sociopath, and or sadistic personality. And that, it would be the sadism part of the personality disorder. So what I will do is all these notes will be in the video. All these notes will be in the video once the video is published. So let me get back to the. So this is a real important part of this video, is this sadistic personality, where this moves you right into the psychopath personality disorder. So let's get this up on the board here, and let's see if we got under 200 characters. No, we didn't do that. Okay. It's going to be in 4 parts. It's going to be in 4 parts. And I will give you, this starts at the 5-minute mark. And these are two of the 4 parts. Okay, and then we have this right here, should be 200 characters. And this moves you from narcissist and malignant narcissist straight into sociopath and or psychopath. If this part of the personality, the ASPD, antisocial personality disorder, is exhibited, it moves you straight into psychopathic or sociopath. And that'll be determined a little further down in the video, where she describes these things in more detail. So these 4 things, 4 comments, are part of one general comment that I have on my screen. So this starts at the 5-minute mark, and it states, by Jill Weiss, but these are direct quotes from the 3 books that I'm going to give you the links for in about 5 minutes. Another key component is sadism, where a person takes pleasure in destroying a person's reputation or a relationship, and taking pleasure in doing so. They enjoy knowing people are suffering because of their lies and twisted versions of the truth. This is from Jill Weiss and comes from the books I'm going to post the links to. This is some strange stuff, I will agree. They also, now this is, I'm going to give you an example of this. They also sometimes derive sexual excitement from causing emotional pain. Now, an example of this possible sexual excitement from causing emotional pain would be, let's say that I said that another blogger, this is hypothetical now. Let's say that I, Michael Fazio, said another blogger enjoys having inanimate objects and other things shoved into the bottom part of his body. And if I said something like that, and I'll repeat that, let's say that I said that a certain blogger loves having things shoved into the bottom of his body, and then I derived some sort of sexual excitement in some obscure way, I would be a psychopath. I would be one. If I said that, and then I derived pleasure from it, and you would know if I was deriving pleasure from something like that by, if you were watching my face or my actions, you would see whether or not what I was doing with my eyes, was I smiling, did I have a grin on, where were my hands at the time, what were my hands doing? You would understand if I was deriving sexual pleasure while I talked about something like that. And this is the sadistic part which moves you into psychopath from a narcissist. There are 4 different characterizations. I'll go over it again. Now, they have the narcissist, the malignant narcissist, the sociopath, and the psychopath. If a person derives pleasure from saying that another person on social media enjoys having things shoved into their bottom, and they're deriving pleasure or excitement or some sort of fantasy from it, that moves you right into being a psychopath. It doesn't allow for other options. Okay, so at 5:50, the psychopath, now this is where she moves into the psychopath. At 5:50, at the timestamp of 5:50, she's very clear on this. She makes no bones about it. She is clear as day. She says, Jill Weiss says, at the 5:50 timestamp, because they, quote unquote, spend a lot of time fantasizing about hurting other people and causing them pain, in fact, get enjoyment from humiliating other people, especially in public social media. So that's at the 5-minute and 50-second timestamp in that video. If a person derives emotional satisfaction or sexual fantasy fulfillment by hurting another person and humiliating them in social media, Jill Weiss says they're a psychopath. Now, at 5:50, also, there's another statement about sadism, or as that topic progresses. Experts believe what separates a narcissist from malignant narcissist is sadism. And now I'm going to give you, now this is all at the, you go to the timestamp that I give you for the video, and then and it doesn't happen at exactly 5:50. It could be at the end of the sentence. So now I'm going to give you the 3 books that Jill Weiss recommends. And the first book that Jill Weiss recommends, there are 3. If you want to study these topics from the world's leading expert on psychopathy, Jill states unequivocally that all professionals worldwide use this checklist to diagnose psychopaths. So let me post that, and then I will post the name of the first book, which is under 200 characters. So all the things that were said in this video are copied from Jill Weiss video where the link is at the top of the page, and all the videos, all the timestamps are correct. Now, the first book is called Without Conscience, The Disturbing World of Psychopaths. And it's written by, I'll get to that in a moment. So this is the first book that she highly recommends that you read. Now, this book, I haven't, the next two books are in PDF format and are free on Google, to Google it. And I'm going to give you the links to Google those things as well. I'll have to get rid of 17 characters here. I'm going to have to get rid of, okay, Without Conscience. I'm just going to have to give you the title. I can't give you the whole thing. Okay, so Without Conscience, and there's the link. So I'll give you the next book. But in this book, the next book is a link for a free PDF. Okay, and I'm going to read you the preface of this book, or the foreword of this book, so that you will understand what the book is about. Okay, so what did I just do here? The Sociopath Next Door. I got to go to I actually deleted something. The Sociopath Next Door. The Sociopath Next Door. Okay, we're going to cut that out. It's opening up. Okay, I have to put it back into my notes. I somehow pushed a button, which deleted the title. So, but we're still right on track, yeah? The Sociopath Next Door, and then I'll read the foreword of The Sociopath Next Door. Where are we here? We have the link, okay. Okay, The Sociopath Next Door is a PDF, and I'll read you the foreword right now. Okay, I'm getting to it. This is not the normal way I do my blogging, and it's not. I am not interjecting anything that isn't actual fact. If I said it came from her video. If I said I have it copied, believe me, I have it copied. Okay, so here we go. Back to Hoodwinked by an Angel, channel videos. Nope, right, not that. Here we are. Okay, so I'll read you. So The Sociopath Next Door, and here's the PDF for the free link. Okay, I'm going to post it 3 times. Okay, so I'll read you the preface of the foreword of this. Okay, so what it is, it's a book. The Sociopath Next Door is a book dedicated to the personality disorder of sociopathy. It delves into the psychology of sociopaths and how they operate, how they can harm us, and what we can do to protect ourselves. And I'll give you the bullet summary. Sociopaths are relatively common, 1 in 25. Sociopaths see the world as a big game where they want to attain power and domination. Now, the book author is Martha Stout, and she's an American psychologist. She completed her psychology training at McLean Psychiatric Hospital and obtained her PhD at Stony Brook University, which is in Long Island. She served on the clinical faculty of Harvard and medical school and works in a private practice as a clinical psychologist. So these books are not written in an obscure fashion. These are people with educated levels that go far beyond anything that I would understand I don't even know what a PhD is, actually. So I actually do, but I mean, I wouldn't know what I would have to do to get one, how many hours that you'd need. So these are, that's the second book. Now, it goes on to describe not all sociopaths are violent. Most of them live among you and I. And then it goes on to explain the traits of a sociopath. Traits of a sociopath, okay? And let me see if I could get all of this in. Yeah, I think I could, because we're almost done with that, and we're going to go right on to dating in the Philippines. So these are the traits of a sociopath. And we have to cut this in half. All right, let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see how we cut that in half. 194. Boy, that was close. Okay. Up. No remorse. I'm going to just change one word. No remorse brings me down to 199, 200 characters. Okay, so I'm going to turn this tablet around now, and I'm going to show you the video. Now, in a minute. Now, the last book is called People of the Lie. People of the Lie. The Hope for Healing Human Evil in PDF format, and it's a free book by Michael Scott Peck. So let me see how many characters this is. It looks like a lot, okay? There's some of these, yeah, 243. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the title and the name of the author. So you can research. This is also a PDF. This is a PDF. So I'm going to give this to you 3 times, and then I'm going to give the link to this 3 times. So I don't have to go back and forth. I'm going to just give you the name of the book, People of the Lie. And this was in a really famous movie called Taken, Taken. And they discussed it briefly, but I happen to have read part of the book, and I realized where the reference in the movie Taken, which is a 10-part series. So, well done documentary on UFOs and people visiting from other worlds. So this third book is in PDF format by Michael Scott Peck. It's free. And it says, in an absorbing and equally inspiring companion volume to his classic trilogy, The Road Less Traveled and Further Along the Road Less Traveled. Now, I remember that The Road Less Traveled was a mandatory reading in my high school. And Beyond, okay, so, and The Road Less Traveled and Beyond, Dr. M. Scott Peck brilliantly probes into the essence of human evil. Okay, make no bones about it. When you move into the psychopathic aspect of these personality disorders, the commonality is just absolutely amazing between that. They all have commonalities, but the fact that the last two, the sociopath and the psychopath, are basically described as evil incarnate in human form. Evil in human form. There is no walking around those word phrases. There's no moving around to where it could be considered something else. The sociopath and the psychopath, according to Michael Scott Peck, is evil incarnate. Now, in the video that I'm going to post a link to again by Jill Weiss, she also describes, it's hard to get this exactly right. Okay, I got it. I cut this out here. In the video that Dr. Jill Weiss does her dissertation on, it's clear as day that there is no cure. No cure. All the doctors agree. There is no medical, there is no chemical, there is no drug, there is no psychiatric treatment facility, there are no doctors, there is nothing in this world that will cure the sociopath or the psychopath. They have basically all confirmed in all the videos in my playlists, there is about 0% of people that are sociopaths or psychopaths are treatable. They don't believe they've ever done anything wrong, and the one commonality between all 4 personality traits, the narcissist, the malignant narcissist, the sociopath, and the psychopath, but even less prevalent in the psychopath, is that they all call themselves verbally, they explain to other people that they are a victim. They have been a victim. And they're just righting a wrong. And they're righting the wrongs of society. This is a commonality in the book by Dr. M. Scott Peck, that they all call themselves victims, and they all believe they are righting a wrong and righting the wrongs of society itself. So basically changing the world from their platform, whatever their platform is. So I'm going to give you one more comment. He presents from vivid incidents encountered in his psychiatric practice examples of evil in everyday life. Now, I could give you example, one right after the other. But this video is not about my personal experience with one of these 4 characteristical traits. This video is just doctors, psychotherapists, psychiatrists, and institutional doctors that deal with these ASPD, antisociality personality disorders. Sometimes they're referred to as cluster B personalities because they interact with one another. But that's in the content or the body of these books. So I'm going to leave off with just a few more comments. Now, in this Dr. Peck's book, the book defines human evil. Okay? Now, I've read part of this PDF, and I can tell you from my personal experience that I have experienced this form of behavior on social media. So I'm going to be clear as day on this. None of this is my opinion. Not one word of this is my opinion. I'm just telling you what is written in these books so that you can see what is said. So I'm going to read this comment. The book defines human evil as a malignant narcissist, not a narcissist. There's a difference, okay? There's a difference between a narcissist and a malignant narcissist. The book defines human evil as malignant narcissism. Okay, so at 7:30 in Jill Weiss's video, she distinguishes how to determine one from the other. So in the video that's right at the top of the page, Jill Weiss describes how you can determine the difference between a narcissist, a malignant narcissist, a sociopath, and a psychopath. So this is at the 7:30 mark, and I have the timestamp in the notes. And then she goes on to explain. A sociopath and a psychopath, in her words, in this video at the 7-minute timestamp, are good actors. But emotions mean nothing to these people, and they disconnect from everything and anything that they say or do. So you would have to take an example. Welcome, Laura. Just give me a few more minutes. I'm posting some new notes. Thank you for stopping by. The malignant narcissist or the sociopath never are sorry for any wrongdoing that they've ever said or done to anyone at any time in any media platform. Could be Twitter, it could be that other thing that they have, it could be YouTube, it could be Facebook, it could be Messenger. There is nothing that a malignant narcissist, a sociopath, or a psychopath will ever be sorry for. But if you read the book, you will find out that on occasion they will apologize for some wrongdoing or something they said that was malicious. And the reason they do that is because they have found out that they have been caught and there might be consequences. So at that point, they'll make a blanket statement. I am sorry if I have ever offended anybody. Where have you heard that before? So these are quotes from this book, from the 7-minute mark. Now, it also goes on to further the understanding of a sociopath and psychopath, okay? They are made. They are made or they are born that way. Now, she describes a sociopath, a narcissist, and a malignant narcissist is made. Okay, it's not a full note because I just had so much time to type this stuff out. So a narcissist or a malignant narcissist is made from their environmental growing up. And she goes on to state why in a few minutes. However, all three are considered human evil, and treatment, TREA, treatment for any of these three is zero. There is no treatment for any of these three. There is no cure. There is no medical cure. There is no psychotherapeutic cure. There is nothing that you can do once a person reaches the sociopath, the psychopath, and or the malignant narcissist. There is no treatment. There's no way you can make them understand that what they've done is wrong. This is the part that people are constantly talking about in social media. Why are some people so evil? Why do they say such egregious things about other people with no remorse, no empathy, and no compassion? And why don't they see? This is a question I get asked all the time. Why don't those people see that what they did is wrong? Why don't they see that? Well, they don't see it because they never, ever, ever, ever understand that they've done something wrong. The only time there will ever be any slight form of remorse or apology is when they get caught. That's the only time. And it will not be long-lasting, and it will not be from the heart. It will just be to get them out of the jam that they are in. So this is in the book, and it's in Jill Weiss's video that I'm discussing at just after the 7-minute mark. Now at 12:25, this is a pretty serious commentary from Jill Weiss's video. At 12:25. I'm going to post this 3 times because it's important. All three are considered human evil, incarnate, basically. And there is no treatment, and that word is spelled wrong, for any of the 3 conditions, as they are permanent conditions, and there simply is no cure. That's my spelling error. I apologize. I did this quickly. I did it in capital letters, and there is no spell check on my computer for capital letters. So one example that she says is a possible example, so I'm not slandering Bernie Madoff. She says that Bernie Madoff could be considered a psychopath for legal reasons. She said it could be. So everybody knows who Bernie Madoff is. He stole money from family, friends, children, children, cousins, mothers, fathers. He didn't care who he stole money from. He was considered, from a psychiatric point of view, a psychopath. So if you're a psychopath, you're in good standing or good company if you like the way Bernie Madoff did business. So I think I'm done. If someone has any questions, without mentioning names, I could maybe refer to you to a different part of the video. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go to the top comment that I made, and I'm going to post the name of Jill's video again. I can't do that. Not there. Okay, so I have to go back down to the bottom. I'm going to get that link, and I'm going to get the title of the video that all of these comments are referenced to. So again, none of what I said is my theory. There is no conjecture here. If I stated something, it's factual, and I have proof of such. But I will not present that proof here. This is not the venue for that. So, LaRue Seagrass, she is one of my favorite characters on YouTube. LaRue, as you know, I haven't been anywhere on YouTube the last few weeks. What I do in my free time, I've gone swimming. Yesterday, I had a great day. I went to the city, but I also, Jack Thompson loves LaRue, boy. I got to tell you, he was the one who turned me on to LaRue Seagrass. Jack Thompson and LaRue, they have a symbiotic relationship. For some reason, they just hit it off socially, which is a great thing. So let me tell you what I did yesterday to give you an idea what my days consisted of, why I haven't been on YouTube. So yesterday I woke up at about two or 3 minutes before 5 o'clock, and when I woke up, there was a blackout occurred. So I said, well, I guess I should go to the city. So I went outside to get water, to take a bath. No water. Thank you, LaRue. Thank you. She understands. So I went outside to get water to take a bath because I wanted to take a bath before I went to the city, but that didn't happen. So there was no water yesterday. There was no water the day before yesterday. There was no water the day before that, and there's zero water today, which means that when I say no water, I did not leave the spigot on all night, but I left the spigot on last night from midnight till 3 a.m. The bathing water spigot, nothing. And I've left it on for the last 3 days, because that's usually when they turn the water on, midnight to 3 a.m., and I have a 30-gallon drum out there for that. Nothing, zero, no water. So what I'm using is 20 pesos per 5 gallons for bottled water, the water that I would normally drink to bathe with. And also, for the first 2 days, my 30-gallon drum was filled up. So nobody in this entire area has had one drop of water. Welcome to the Philippines, baby. So I got up and took a bath, and then what I decided to do was make a video of an area a couple of kilometers from the house. So I took a jeepney over to this area where I went, but when I was approaching the area, I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get out and do my exercise. So what I did is I turned around. I'm going this way, but I turned my body around this way, and I walked backwards for 1,500 feet, a little bit more, just to get the muscles in the front of my shins tuned up, which typically I'll walk between 1,000 and 2,000 feet. Yesterday I estimated it at 1,500 feet because when I got to an intersection, there was a few more cars than I wanted to walk backwards around. Plus, I backed right up into a motorcycle. I didn't, one of those silent motorcycles with, you can't hear anything. So I almost fell down. But anyway, that was the start of my exercise program. Then I walked another 3,000 to 4,000 feet around an area that I've never been to before. And it was quite interesting. And then I realized I had no mascata. So I had to go to the store and buy a mascata. And then I jumped on a jeepney to the city and got off and did my vegetable shopping. So already before I did my vegetable shopping, I walked approximately 4,000 feet, which is 3/4 of a mile. Then I got to the vegetable market, and I wanted to buy cabbage, because that's what I've been eating a lot of cabbage. I enjoy it. It's good for you, and it's green. And they didn't have fresh cabbage. They had cabbage from 4 days ago. So I asked the gentleman where I buy my cabbage what time to come back. So he said 9:30. So I already walked 500 feet that way, and then to go back to the ICM malls another 500 feet. So I walked that 1 mile. Then I went into the ICM mall and did my shopping. Then I went, and that, I don't know how many feet that is, a couple of thousand feet going all through the supermarket. And then I went upstairs. This is funny. This is a welcome to the Philippines moment. So my bill for my electric I paid on the 11th of May, paid in full. The girl said, "You're paid in full now." And when I went there yesterday, which was the 23rd, she said, "You owe us 2,011 pesos. I said, "Well, that girl right there said that I was paid in full." She goes, "No, sir." All right. So I give her 5,000 pesos. She goes, "Well, we'll take the 2,011 out first." Okay. So they do that. And I said, "Well, I'd like to give you 5,000 pesos in advance, so I don't have to come in and pay my bill for 2 months." Okay. That took, I am not kidding you, the girl worked on a computer and a printer for 12 minutes. On the line, 6 or 7 people were served. So it took them 12 minutes to make an advance payment, but it saved me many, many minutes or hours in the Bajico electric annex that they have at the ICM mall on the 2nd floor. So if you want to pay a Bajico bill for anywhere in the Philippines, they have a store, a Bajico store annex on the 2nd floor of the ICM mall. But it's never crowded. I've never waited more than 20 minutes, so that's a big plus. Because if you go to Bajico itself, you could wait an hour or more. So that's a good thing. Then I went to the computer store. So here's an update on the computer. I spoke with the gentleman that I've been speaking with, and he saw me coming from around the far side of the escalator. And yeah, I was around the far side of the escalator. And yeah, that's where once he saw me coming up the escalator, and once he saw me on the far side, I think I had to be on the far side because I went to another store first. Okay, so he saw me and met me at the top of the escalator and said, "Hello, Michael." And I said, "Hello." And I said to him, "Did you order the computer yet?" "No, sir." "Can you order the computer?" "No." "When was the last time you talked about ordering the computer?" "Last time you were here, which was May 11th. I said, "Okay, text them now, please." "Yes, sir." But he didn't do it. I said, "Will you please text them?" "Yes, sir." I said, "When are you going to do that?" He goes, "Later, sir." I said, No, it's 11 o'clock. Please text them now. So he did. And they sent them back a message that the computer is available in Manila, but they can't ship it. And that is the Asus ZenBook computer that GE Northcote, and Warren H., and now Jack Thompson seems to be a founding member of the computer donations processed to my channel, which I thank very much. But please stop. Okay, I have enough money to buy the computer now. So we have no more computer fund, which only lasted, typically, it lasted one day. In one day, I asked for people to help me out to buy a computer, and in one day, enough money came to buy a $3,000 computer. I'm going to add a few $100s to it, but that's it. So I've seen people on YouTube ask for money for a computer for years, literally years. So I think I'm just a little bit ahead of the game with that. I just made one video, and in one video, in one day, Warren donated 3,000 Australian, and GE Northcote donated $315. Jack's well over 100. So that's $24.15, and there's a small difference that I will make up, because things are good. I received two, not one, but two new members of my Patreon community at the $50 level. So if you're out there watching, oh, Jack's, I can't even, stop, please stop. So thank you, Jack. Thank you. Salamat. No, we're not going to do that today. So thank you, Jack. So I asked one day for donations for a computer. I didn't say which computer I wanted. Warren just said that he was willing to send me what the value of the computer that he couldn't send from Australia in September, which was 3,000 Australian dollars. So we thank everybody for that. And I also want to make note that some people sent me private messages that they are unable to send Super Chat because they're using a corporate credit card, and the credit transaction won't go through. So I said to them, don't worry about sending money. Thank you for thinking about it. And one gentleman was adamant about sending me money, and I'm going, it's really no reason to do that. Thank you. He's going, I want you to set up a PayPal account, which I have. So to that gentleman, if you're out there watching, because I don't know how many people are watching, I can't see with the little number. What I did was, after I spoke with you, was I went to my mail and I saw my PayPal page, and I'll read it to you. Maybe this will make sense to you, because it doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so let me put my glasses on. So if anybody out there knows about PayPal, please let me know what this means. Now, I have a PayPal account, and it's in good standing. I mean, I have a bunch of money in my PayPal account also, but I haven't gone to my PayPal account probably going on, well, 3 years at least. No less than 3 years. It was the last time I was on PayPal. It's generating the message. So if somebody out there can tell me what PayPal, it says no reply, don't reply. An update has occurred to your payment. Okay, so I'll read it to you in full. All right. Your PayPal account is temporarily restricted. Now, this is not true. Well, unless somebody somehow broke into my PayPal account, it can't be true. We noticed that you used your PayPal account in questionable ways. To understand this better, we need more information from you. End of sentence. Next sentence. You need to take action in your account to keep your account secure. We also temporarily restricted certain features, send payments or payouts. And that's a good thing, so nobody could steal my money. And I don't know how much money is in there. I don't know. Lots of money goes in there from different things. So log into your PayPal account and complete the required tasks. But when you click that link, it says 404 error. So if someone can tell me what it means, I would appreciate that, because I don't know what it means. So Laura Segrest, I thank you also, dear friend John Escape, for being generous to me. I won't forget your generosity, dear friend John Escape, which means LaRue is going to bust out a prayer for John Escape. But. Now listen, anybody on this site right now, or anybody that watches my videos, if you want to know about horses, okay, I had a horse named Buckaroo Banzai when I lived in California in 1970. But if someone wants to know about thoroughbred racing, breeding thoroughbred race horses, the cost of a racehorse, or the cost of a breeder horse, or the cost of shipping a horse from one place in America to another, and how to document the shipping of that horse. Now, I know this, it's a strange thing to talk about, but John Escape owns racehorses and breeding racehorses, and his family has been in that business all his life. So if you ever have a question about a horse, how to ship a horse, how to buy a horse, how much a horse costs, I mean, I don't know any of that information, but it's just a public service announcement to give John Escape something to do, because him and I were talking about that he sold 2 horses last week, and he has 2 more horses to sell. That's one of the things I just wanted to, there was a note inside here. So let's go. Oh, shit. Oh my God. Look at this. Since the lockdown, my hair is back another 1/64 of an inch, it looks like. Since high school, probably 3/8 of an inch, or 5/16 anyway. Jeez. I try to keep track of that my hair's receding. I'm not keeping really good track of it, I gotta tell you, because I didn't notice. Look at this. Even since the last few months, it's back, I would say, another 1/64 of an inch, at least. Maybe a 32nd, from what I remember. I have to go through my my videos. Shit. Imagine what I would look like with a... I'm going to get the next haircut is coming. We're going, oh, pow, right back straight here like that. Probably up like this. We're probably going to go, oh, pow, from here down. And then here will be like 1/16 of an inch, just a little dark, and I'll let it grow in like an Indian, like that. Timothy Starr, hey baby, Timothy Starr is a major donator towards the computer. All that money goes to the computer. Thank you, Timothy. Multiple donator. I didn't mention everybody because there's quite a few people, but all that money for the super chat, and there is a lot of super chat this month, thank you all. All that money goes exactly to, and what I'm going to do, being that there's one person, I got to tell you, I said, don't worry about sending me money, and he goes, no, I want to send you money through PayPal. Sometimes I have too much money and I gotta get rid of it for whatever reason. And he goes, and I want to give some to you. I said, all right, well, okay. I mean, I worked on that as soon as I got, was done talking with you. I worked on that hard, and I can't get a link to PayPal. Plus, it's Memorial Day weekend in America, and that's where my PayPal is based out of, even though the PayPal goes into my Philippines account. So the Philippines banking industry is closed for the weekend, and American PayPal is closed for the holidays, or no one answered the phone. So I'm going to work on that. Thank you. So Timothy Starr says, I didn't use my PayPal. Okay, so Timothy Starr's helping me with this PayPal thing. I didn't use my PayPal for 3 years. Okay, and they restricted me. It didn't take much to reinstate, but I don't know about the 440. A 404 error is simply a link that no longer exists. You could Google Texas t-shirts, and it says 404 error. Texas t-shirts link no longer exists. Google. You can Google something. If the link is gone, it says 404 error. That's what a 404 error means. So it didn't take much. Yeah, it won't take much. Once the holidays are over in America, I'll get my account right back. One thing I could tell you about PayPal, Timothy Starr confirmed this. Okay, Jack Thompson says 404 error is also attributed to a scam site. Either way, it won't let you go follow your idea of where you're going with that. Thanks, Jack. Once I had a problem with PayPal, nothing bad, just a problem. So I got on the phone with a PayPal technician, and I'm going to tell you how far back this goes. This goes back into 2010 or 11. I had a lot of money in there at that time. And they said I had to call them. I called those people. I got on with a technician, and they fixed the problem. They stayed on the phone with me. One person stayed on the phone with me till the problem was fixed. But that was, that's going back 10 years, 9 years. So I'm not worried about it. And I actually am looking forward to seeing how much extra money that person has. Because if you're giving, I'm taking. That's just the kind of guy I am. I mean, I'm not gonna sell inanimate objects that have no value. I always give people their value. I mean, for instance, so let's go to the dating site. So here is what I've heard. Let's see if we're done with these. Yeah, I think we're done with this stuff. All right, here's what I heard on a video, another slandering and maligning video directed towards Michael Fazio. Here's what I heard. Okay. I heard a story because I put up a segment of my live stream the other day that the girl, I put up 2 videos. The girl named Janine, I went to Cebu. I did not go to Cebu to meet Janine. I could give you why I didn't go to, and I will. I'll tell you why I didn't. I went to Cebu to meet Janine. Okay, I did go there to meet her, but I had a dentist appointment. I was looking for a rebar bender. I was looking for the computer on February 7th before the lockdown. And before that, I wanted to go to the dentist, but didn't get to the dentist. And I was looking for a rebar bender. So I had other things to do in Cebu. But I heard a story that Janine wouldn't want to meet me because I was fat. And I have a shit personality. Well, you'd never get that from any of the messages that we've had back and forth. But for someone to make up a story that the girl, Janine, I'll tell you why she didn't meet me, but for someone to make up a story that the girl, Janine, didn't want to meet me because I was fat, that's not true. This is part of those 4 personality disorders. This is something that's some twisted revelation inside a particular person's mind will make up a story. He doesn't know why Janine didn't meet me. He has no idea why Janine didn't meet me. And I could tell you precisely why Janine didn't meet me. Janine is not a reliable person. She's on her dating site profile. I can talk about it because I'm not giving her last name or her picture. First of all, she has, I told you I'm a limited member, so I can only say I'm showing interest in somebody, and if they send me back a message, I can respond. One message maximum every 10 minutes. But I've only sent out an interest to about a dozen people in a few months. They don't interest me, most of them. But so Janine interested me because, you know, she's shaped like a giant Coke bottle, to be honest. But she's very, very pretty. And she had a decent profile. She talked about her family. She talked about what her job was, what she used to do, what her goals in life. She wanted to have a family. She had a great profile, but it was easy to contact her because she also had her telephone number, both Smart and Globe, in her profile. So that should be a red flag right there, because now every guy is calling her. So now they think there's some sort of princess in high heels. But that was not the big giveaway as to what Janine was doing in social media. So originally she just had like the original 3 pictures. This is what you get when you go to social media dating. So originally she just had 3 normal pictures. No G-string bathing suits, no high heels with a G-string on, nothing like that. And she just had 3 pictures of, like, one was of her next to a railing by a beach. One was inside some sort of house, bamboo house, and I don't remember what the third one was. But I caught her on the day she started the dating site back in November as a new member. So I called her up and we agreed to meet. And I was just going to Cebu to buy the rebar bender and to get my dental work done. Well, anyway, she didn't show up. She showed up. She didn't even call till after I was back at the dock, getting ready to get onto the boat. So she was a few hours late. Now, the first time I was at the dentist office and I was done in Cebu. And the dentist office, I didn't even get my dental work done because they closed from 12 to 2. So I didn't even get the work done then. That's why I went back in February. But either way, within a few days, she had pictures of 2 different condominium kitchens, high-tech, high-value, high-dollar condominiums. So I don't know when the pictures were taken, but apparently this was before the lockdown. People were whining and dining her. So, you know, I don't live in Cebu, and I wouldn't go to Cebu just to meet a woman. But the story about her not liking me is probably pretty far from the truth. And it is what one of those ASPD personality disorders do. They twist and convolute the truth. So the second time I went down, I had an appointment. I told her I'll be at the J Mall, which is right around the corner from my dentist. I'll be available between 12 and 2 because I know for a fact the office closes at 12 to 2. And my dental work was only going to take about an hour. I wanted my teeth cleaned and see if I checked for cavities. So by 3 o'clock, by 2:45, I was out of the dentist's office. And I was on my way to the boat port because I told her I'll be there. I'll be at the J Mall at 12. And I was at the J Mall at 12 shopping. Well, she didn't call. Well, I'm not going to leave 25 text messages. She knows what time I'm coming. I mean, if you can't be on time for a 12 o'clock appointment, do you really need somebody like that in your life? So I just want to give you an idea. Within a few more weeks, which I stopped. Well, anyway, so at 3:27 on February 7th, I get a text, "Are you in Cebu?" Yeah, I'm in Cebu, but I'm at the boat port. I can meet you. Now, I'm not interested in meeting you. And that was the end of any kind of interest I had in Janine. We didn't have any more correspondence. Nothing about dating. I just said, if you can't show up for a date at 12 o'clock, you might want to try to, make these dates at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when you wake up. And she just said, LOL, okay. And that was pretty much, this is pretty much all you'll ever get from a woman on a dating site is a 3-word to 7-word answer. They will not have a conversation in the English grammar with you. Zero. It doesn't matter what their profile was written in English. If it's well written in English, if it's properly written in English, they will say yes, okay, LOL, no thanks, but they will not have a conversation. They're not capable of having a conversation in English, the girls that I've contacted. They don't, it's a second language. I'm not capable of speaking Visaya at all. For any kind of a conversation. I can't do their language, and I don't expect them to do my language. And what I've discovered is when you say something to them, and this is true of all dating sites that I've ever been on, when you say, here, I'm going to give you, I'll read my profile to you, but my profile in the first sentence says, I am only interested in meeting a woman who can swim and swim well. That's it. I don't care how pretty you are or what kind of job you have. If you cannot swim, I am not interested in meeting you. It's the first paragraph. It's not complicated. I like to swim. I want somebody to swim with. I don't care what they look like. I don't care what kind of job they have. I don't care if they can move the hall. I don't care about any of that. But another thing that says in my profile, if you have children, let me know. I may not be interested in meeting you, depending on how many children you have. I don't have the time to take care of another person's children, but that's a side issue. The big issue is if you meet a woman with children, there are other factors in that woman's life that you have to associate with. Parties with the family, parties with the children's relatives, maybe even parties with the children's father. And I have in my profile, if you are currently legally married, I do not wish to meet you because it could be a crime in the Philippines. I mean, these things are clear as day. So I get a lot of messages. I'm going to see if I could turn this tablet around to show you the messages just in one day I get on the dating site. So I have to open up, what happened to my, here it is, right here. What happened to my mail? I'm going to try to, in one day, I'll get 15 messages, one day, from girls. Hi, or they're interested in me, Michael Fazio. Like, probably not. But, all right, so I'm going to see if I could turn this around without giving you any personal information. Oh, man, a lot of these have telephone numbers. Let me see if I could get to a page. Okay, all right, so this has no... I'm going to close the name of the dating site so you can't see which dating site it is. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn the camera around and I'm going to show you May 20th. May 20th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The whole page of May 20th is just messages instigated to say hello to me. And not one girl responded that she can swim. Not one girl said whether or not she was currently married, and not one girl said she had or didn't have children. They just simply say, I'm interested in meeting you, and then I'm going to tell you why they're interested in meeting me. Okay, so in my profile, of course, I tell them that I live in Bohol and I like to swim and I live near a beach. Wait for it. Okay, so I'm going to close. Yeah, that's going to work. I'm going to close the name of the site. Okay, this is May 20th. See that? May 20th, May 20th, May 20th, May 20th, May 20th, May 20th. New message. Steffi, Aflin, Jail, Aflin again, Arian, Lysa, single looking for the one. Okay? All of these messages. And then I could scroll down 3 more pages and give you 50 messages from girls that initiated a conversation with me. And then I will ask them if they have children. And they don't answer. And in the profile, which I can't show you the profiles, in the profile, it has the question, do you have children? No answer. Are you married? No answer. Do you have a job? What is your occupation? No answer. Nothing. Zero. So we're just going to use one girl. We're going to use Aflin. So I said to her, do you know how to swim? She said, yes. Okay, so we have a potential possible date. I'm going to read the comments in a minute. We have a potential possible date. So I contact her back. You could see that was in the message, and I said, "Can you swim?" Yes, I can swim. Okay, so I told her where I lived and what I do here in Bohol, and that I'm a blogger. And I said, when things, she goes, well, her first question is, this is absurd. I could show you I won't show you the comments. I'm not going to show other people's public. See, that goes into what I was talking about before, about being a psychopath, showing messages that were meant for just between two people. That goes into being a psychopath. Now, I showed you that there are messages, but not what the messages are, and I don't give you the girl's name, her last name. Only a psychopath has a conversation with someone who it's unspokenly agreed that the conversation is private and then publicizes it in social media. That's what psychopaths do. So I'm not gonna fall into that category and show you. So I said to Aflin, hello, how are you? My name is such and such. I live in so and so. I have an NBI clearance and I have a business license in Bohol. I can come, to make things easy, I can come and meet you. I'm not reading it from the thing. I remember what I said to her, and I'm not embellishing. You want to bet $1,000 that what I say right now is true? That's another thing. Psychopaths and sociopaths, they will say that you're a liar, but then when you wager them a large amount of money, they won't take the wager, because I can prove I'm not lying. I have the documentation. So anyway, she said she could swim. I said, okay, here's what I will do. I gave her my name, gave her the name of my YouTube channel, I sent her a link for my starfish video, and I said, to make things easy for you, I have to go to Cebu. I want to get my teeth cleaned, and I still need a rebar bender. I want to go to Cebu to look for construction materials. Things are eventually going to change. and I'm getting ready to build. So she responded. I said, I will come to Cebu, and we will have lunch at the J Mall, because she lives in the center of the city. And if we like each other, we'll see each other for a couple of days. I'll stay there for a week. And then I'm not just going to meet one girl. I'm going to go there because that's ridiculous. And if we like each other, I'll come and meet your parents so that they know that you're safe. I'll give you my identification. I'll send them a copy of my NBI clearance, and I'll send them a copy of my driver's license. Not a problem. So I said, I'll come there and I'll meet you, and if we enjoy each other's company, I'll go meet your parents. And I sent her about a letter about that long on the site. Not a lot of words, double-spaced, double sentence space, double lettered space. Her retort was, will you treat me? What are you talking about? Will I treat you? I just said I'm coming to Cebu. I'm going to take you out to lunch. And I'll meet your parents if we like each other. And her response was, yes, will you treat me to lunch today, which was May 20th. And I said, what do you, I can't get there. I know, but I'll go with my friends. So she wanted me, all I saw so far is a picture. There's no phone conversation. All her response was to my nice letter is, will you treat me? And I said, of course, I'm going to pay for everything when I'm there. That's not what she wanted. She wanted money. But that comes after you meet somebody. She wanted money May 20th for lunch or dinner for her and her friends that day. So I said to her, I'm not going to give her money, but I said to her, send me your phone number. I'll give you a call. And I sent my cell number so she could text me back. And her response was, I don't give out my cell number. Will you treat me, yes or no? And I'm going, wait a second. It's a picture on a screen. And she's looking for a couple of thousand pesos. Because you can think what you want, but in the center of the city, let's say they decided to go to 101, which is where I was going to take her, to 101. And if you don't know where 101 is or what 101 is, it's a Chinese-owned buffet. The best buffet for the money that you'll ever have in your life in the Philippines, except possibly for the Henan Resort. I think the Henan's a little better, but not much better. And for the money, 101 rips them apart. So 101, last I was there in November or September, I think it was 867 pesos for an all-you-could-eat buffet. And you could sit there for 4 hours. So, and they have the cuisine from every country of the world. Greece, Germany, England, no, not England, Italy, the Philippines, China, and Japan. About 7 different countries. They have the cuisine, and each of the cuisine has the specialty dishes from that country, plus unlimited, amazingly cooked bread. And iced tea is included in the package, bottomless iced tea. Anyway, so that would be 2,500 pesos, 2,600 pesos, just to get her to the buffet. And apparently she knew what 101 was. So here I said, I will treat you. Now, without sending me her phone number to talk to or anything, she wants to go out with her friends to the buffet, which would cost about 2,700 pesos without the transportation. So basically, she's asking me for 3,000 pesos, and all I have is a picture on a screen. I don't know if I'm talking to a fat guy with a cigar, with a can of cold beer in his hand, laughing his buttocks off. I don't know who I'm talking to. All I know is that I'm being asked for roughly 3,000 pesos for her and her friends to go out. This is typical. All right, now I'm going to read the comments, which are many, and that's okay. I'm going to read them all. And then I'm going to go back to what is written on a typical dating site in a Philippines dating site community. And you won't believe the ignorance and utter disrespect for another person's time that exists on these dating sites. There is nothing. There is no respect whatsoever from these girls for your time. I'll go through that. All right, so Jack Thompson hit me with a $4.99. Thank you. Timothy Starr. Okay, we did the PayPal thing. My horse, Timothy Starr says, my horse raced against Jacqueline Klugman once. Jacqueline Klugman once. Jack Klugman's horse. Okay, Jack Klugman. Okay, Jack Klugman was one of the people from the Odd Couple. She beat my horse. Oh well. Okay, so Timothy Starr is famous because his horse. Timothy Starr. If you know about horses, John Escape owns horses, and his family's been in the business. Okay, so we have that. Thank you for the information about your horse, Timothy Starr. You're a famous guy. I heard, I heard about you. The Odd Couple guy had a horse, and his horse raced a guy named Timothy. You are the Timothy Starr from 1980s with the horse? Salamat. John Escape at Santa Ana. Okay, so he's answering. John Escape knows where the Jack Klugman's horse was. I told you, he knows about horses. Not a joke. Good morning, Mr. Honeyco. If I'm not mistaken, in 2 years, you and I are going to have dinner together. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we can do that. I saw that it was a passing comment on another channel, but yeah, I mean, if you're coming back to the Philippines, I would definitely like to meet as many people as I can that I actually have some sort of rapport between. So thank you for stopping by today, Honeycomb. Jack Thompson says, as soon as I finish building my submarine, I'm headed straight to the white sandy beaches of Bantayan Island. I gotta tell you, Jack, all kidding aside, I wouldn't want to live there because so far I can't find on any map a reef that there is a white sand beach that connects to. I mean, there are white sandy beaches that go out forever, in a shallow drop-off. That's a boring scuba or snorkeling experience. The sea life, the aquatic life, the turtles that I see when I'm out in the deep water, they start at the edge of the drop of the deep, and then where the deep drops off the reef is probably 23 feet of water where it drops off into the deep, but then the deep goes down to 20 meters or 60 plus feet. But where you see the big stuff, the big turtles, and you might see a barracuda, which is they're very docile creatures. They're vicious, but they're docile. They don't attack humans. If they did, if barracuda attack humans, you wouldn't be able to go in the ocean. So you might see some of those and some of the other big fish that I don't know what the names are. But so Bantayan Island has some great white sand beaches, but I can't find a reef that attaches to a white sand beach that I would be able to live at or afford to buy or rent. So I'm already set here anyway. So, Jack, you can go to Bantallion Island if you like and tool around there. We're going, a group of us, about 14 people, are going to Bantallion Island on a, what they call a junket. The Big E is supplying hotel accommodations or renting a condominium for 14 people. All foods and drinks are included in the vacation package. And I think that's wonderful. So I'll be going there myself. And thank you, Big E. In case you get... Big E's not available the last couple of... about 2 weeks now. He's doing other things. Work is picking up for the Big E. So... Pinoy Ahoy. Pinoy Ahoy. Welcome, Pinoy Ahoy. Honeycomb Baby. Pinoy Ahoy is saying hello to everyone. If you want your channel shouted out, if you want to get a shout out to your channel, click on Pinoy Ahoy's name there, and then you put your name in his comments section, and he'll shout your channel out. That's his forte. He just shouts out. He'll go, shout out, shout out, shout out, hoodwinked by an angel. Shout out, Honeycomb Baby, and then he shows you their channel. So if you want to shout out LaRue or anybody else, please go to Pinoy Ahoy's channel. Keith Hatch, a new name. Thank you for stopping by, Keith. Hello, everyone in the chat. I'm not sure. I don't remember your name, Keith Hatch. Here's how it works here, Keith. If you're still here, we don't mention other channels' names, and we don't mention other bloggers' names. As long as we stay within those parameters, you're welcome to voice your opinion or your thoughts. Thank you for stopping by. And I don't know if you're a member of my subscriber base. You're welcome to subscribe or not subscribe, depending on what you see. And in a few minutes, we're going back to the women's profiles that I'm going to read to you from the dating site that I am a temporary member of. Now, Jack Thompson has what the heck? What kind of woman? Korean, Taiwanese wife, a physical Taiwanese wife. But he's looking if he's free to date. Okay, there's an understanding. But he has also been on the dating sites. And Jack Thompson and I were talking a few days ago about some of the women that he met. And this, I want to mention this when I read their profiles. Some of these women, the ones that have no answer for their children, 1 in 30 women will say have children, but not how many. But I don't talk to them because there's so many women without children. But in some of their profiles, they'll say, proud mother of 4 children, looking for a husband or a sugar daddy, will do anything to make our, love affair work. So, at some point, a few women will say, look, I have 4 children, and I will bend over backwards to give you a happy life. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there are women with less children, and there are women with more children. You'd be surprised how many children some of these women have had. So you have to ask them this question when you start talking with them. It doesn't say whether or not you have children. May I ask how many children you have? And they will answer you. Typically, that's one thing I found them to be truthful about. But there are women that say they have no children because the children live with their parents. So theoretically, they have no children, but in theory, they have several children. So it depends on the age. So Jack Thompson and I were talking that he actually met women. I don't know what dating site he was on. I forgot what it was, but he's actually met women with 4, 5, and 6 children. I don't know what age category he's punching in there too. I guess that would make a difference. So Jack would know more about, you can ask Jack about his dating experience. Erica Rain, welcome to the machine. Lunchtime, baby. Timothy Starr, Michael, you are the famous one bishop rabbi. I am, Timothy. I'm a lot of things. And of course, I am also, I am very interested in the, to do this dating site commentary. I think my next show is going to be just devoted to dating site commentary. What transpires. Now, I'm not a member. It only costs $30 a month, but I will tell you what they want exactly in a few minutes. Just give me a moment. Timothy Starr, hello. Erica Rain. Okay, so I'm going to go, Honeycomb Baby. I see what your show is about. Maybe I'll check that out, Honeycomb Baby. So, but it has to be covered. It's all right. So here's what they want. Erica Rain, nice to see you, host. Always happy, funny, interesting topic. Good job. So we're going to talk about. Thank you very much, Erica Rain. Erica Rain also has a show. She did selfies after an exercise, a sweaty Zumba exercise, I think, yesterday. I didn't see the show. I saw the topic matter, but I was doing something else, and then I actually went to bed at 6 o'clock last night, maybe 6:30. I was sleeping, but I was up all night after that. But yeah, thank you very much for stopping by. So here's what they want. In my profile, it says I live in the Philippines. What I've discovered is that 90% of the women that I'm going to contact are not interested in a man. I don't need my glasses on for this. 90% of the women that I've contacted on this dating site are not interested in a man that lives in the Philippines. So it saves me a lot of time by saying I live in the Philippines. They want a guy that's single, that's coming to the Philippines for 2 or 3 weeks, to take them on the vacation of their life, and a vacation more to the point that if they had 5 lifetimes with the level of their ability to save money, they could never go on that vacation. Now, that's not true for all Filipinos, but typically the girls that I've met on a dating site, I have never one time ever yet to this day, except for Daisy May, that had a bank account. Daisy May was the only woman in 10 years that I ever met on a dating site that had money saved. I'm serious about that. So I'm going to go to one. I'm going to open up Lisa's profile. All right, so we're not going to go there, but I'm not going to show you this, but Lisa's profile, typical profile on this dating site. Here. She has one worthless picture as to what she really looks like. She calls herself Baby Girl. And this is a very long description about Lisa. I find myself cheerful. That's it. She's a female looking for a man. Minimum age, any. Maximum age, any. Country, Philippines. Here. Now, this part is blocked out. City, no answer. So, if you contact... These girls are all for... First of all, 99% of the men in America don't know what city is in which part of the country in the Philippines at all anyway. But she leaves out the city that she reigns from. And there's a reason for that. I'll get involved in a minute what that is. So, she was active an hour ago. Her height is 5'3". Her education is college. Can you effing believe that a college-educated graduate leaves a profile. This is a profile. Profile is by definition to describe what you are. Do you honestly believe that a college-educated woman, her entire profile says, I find myself cheerful, baby girl? I don't know how those two things go together. And then leaves out the city she lives in. She leaves out whether or not she has children, but she doesn't want children, which typically means she has children. But here's a college-educated woman, which is bullshit, that leaves out any pertinent information. So every guy, and I have conversation, every guy that goes on these dating sites has to ask this idiot, do you have children? Because it has no answer. Yes, I have children. So now they already wasted 10 minutes of their time. Where do you live? And then another 10 minutes. Every conversation takes a half an hour. I mean, typically to go back and forth with the messages. Because if you ask them 2 questions in the same email, it confuses them. I'm not lying about that either. Okay, so that's a 21-year, oh, she graduated college, by the way. A 21-year-old that graduated college has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-word profile. You would think, and my profile says, I like swimming and scuba diving. I live in Bohol. I'm building something. Okay? These girls have nothing. So now we're going to go to browse. They all have a browsing thing. So we'll go to, we have one with giant 2 toys. Let's go here. She's new. I've never seen her before. Oh my God. What keeps this girl from tipping over? Okay, so, all right, I'm not going to give you her name, but she's 26 years old. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. Got one of those figure-8 Coke bottle. I could show you her picture. I won't do that, because you can even Google a picture now, I heard. I will not be a psychopath and show people's pictures. Now, this is not private, by the way. It's a public dating site, but I'm not going to get involved with that. So she's 26 years old. And she is really, 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 really built, as we have a term in America, built like a brick shithouse. Okay? Let's not make any bones about it. She's Zoftic, and she's got a figure-8 body with a beautiful morena skin tone. Okay. Here's her profile. Looking. Big words. Looking. And then 1, 2, 3 more words. Serious relationship only. That's it. That's her profile. Age, 26, female, gender. Looking for a man. Any age, top or bottom of the scale. City, Cebu. Height, 5'2". Weight, 54 kilograms. Education, high school. Has children, no answer. But, now, what this girl wants is a guy that comes and take her on vacation. She's at a hotel in one picture that she couldn't possibly afford, and she's on a white sand beach, which is free. But she's got pictures of her being in a hotel, and she's gorgeous. So what she wants is somebody to say, I'm coming to the Philippines, let's go to Boracay. You say that, I don't care how pretty they are. It don't matter how many children they have. They're not bringing their children on vacation with them. That's what you're going to get from this girl. If I showed her an interest, let's see, should I? She has no answer for children, so I don't show an interest for that. I'm not interested in meeting a girl with children. I don't care how pretty they are. I don't care whether they have a job and they can afford it or not. I'm not interested. The time-wise, once I start building a hotel, I'm not going to have time to do children stuff, unless it's my child that I have with the woman. Okay, so that's her profile. Three words. Looking, Serious relationship only. 4 words. That's her profile. Let's go to another profile. We'll go back to browse. Okay? We'll go back to browse, and we're going to browse for another profile. We're only looking at attractive women. Not gorgeous, but attractive according to their picture. Okay, here we go. We have one on a boat. Here we have one on a boat. Not the little man in the boat, one on a boat. Okay, so she has a picture of her breasts, big free advertising, and she has a shirt on, but covering 99% of her chest. Okay, here we go. Let's get to know more. Let's get to know more first. We'll see. Smile. Do you fall in love with face and body? Fall in love with spirit, heart, and character? So she has a question. Minimum age 27, maximum age 45, Philippines. Education, college. Oh, yeah, that looked like a college profile. Let's get to know more first. Okay, income, no answer. Occupation, no answer. Children, no answer. Don't want children. So she has children. So, based on that, you're going to spend a half an hour. By the time you write, because we write proper letters, I do anyway, and they write back okay. Or they don't write back anything. Because they got 150 guys. Yeah, I could walk outside here right now. Right now, I hear them outside. And the ladies next door wanted to hook me up with one of the locals yesterday. I'll have no part of that. But not that I wouldn't date a local, but I did that once before. I was going to date, actually, I think her name was Janine, no, not Janine, something. It was when another girl, and I said to her, she owned a little sari store. Not a sari, a little barbecue thing. She did barbecue at night. And I'd walk down the block and get it was a ridiculous price, too, at the time, for a chicken breast, 85 pesos with a scoop of rice. And you could buy an entire roasted chicken for 125 pesos in 2014. But I would buy it. I didn't have to cook, and then another scoop of rice was 10 pesos. So it was like 95 pesos. But when you got there were 14, 15, 16 people. This is typical. Be careful. I'm warning you. I'm telling you to pay attention to this detail I'm going to give you about dating in the Philippines. You do not want to date a woman whose family lives down the block. You don't want to do that, especially if they have a big family. And I'll tell you why. So, what they'll do is when you leave the house to go shopping, they'll invite their family over to enjoy the luxury of the food that's in your cupboards, the refrigerator. If you have cologne, if you have too many toothbrushes, if you have too many tubes of toothpaste, if you have too many towels, they will invite your family over, and stuff sometimes will go missing. You do not want to date a girl whose family lives down the block. That's a big family. So this particular girl that I wanted to date, I would buy the chicken, and first of all, it wasn't cooked, so she would have charcoal and start the charcoal or put it on the charcoal, and that would take like 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, 14 people asked you to buy them a hot dog or a chicken wing or a chicken breast. So you could literally spend 1,500 pesos to buy them all whatever if they got whatever they wanted. They all want a soda. So that was like 20 pesos for at that time they were 12-ounce cans of Coke. But You could literally spend 1,500 pesos to go out and get a piece of chicken. For 1,500 pesos, I'd take them to the best buffet at that time, which was like 700 pesos. At the Henan Resort. Well, another resort like the Henan. Okay, so you don't want to date a woman that lives the family lives down the block. So if you don't buy them all something to eat, which I did maybe the first day I did that, and then after that I would just say no. And then she lost interest in me because I wasn't buying food for her family. But my family's hungry. I'm going, you got 14 people sitting here. Yes, they don't care. They don't care. So anyway, my suggestion would be to find out to not get involved with a woman that lives too close. So, and then find out how many children they have, because you have to feed the children and put them through school. And roughly now, each child at the school age is going to cost you 10,000 plus pesos a month. Not going to cost you much less than that. By the time you buy them shoes, sneakers, a lot of the schools now require even shoes and a white shirt and a dress, a skirt. You're not going to get away with less than 10,000 plus tuition, of course. So that's her. So I'm going to go to the comments, see what we got going here. Erica Rain. Erica Rain. Erica Rain is loving Honeyco's show. I will check out your show later. Oh, she's talking to Erica. I'll check out your show. What time is your show on, Honeycomb? Erica Rain, cry of happiness and too much laughing. Honeycomb, check out. Right, Bishop, not all the women are interested in men, from Erica Rain. I never used dating site, Bishop. I didn't search men in dating site or social media. Men searching me. I'm not the one searching them. That's the truth. You never heard anything more true. Erica Rain has more suitors through the YouTube community than I've ever seen anywhere in the world. Okay, so let's go to the next profile, and I'll give you another piece of information. You really might want to be interested in this one. Let's just pick out... Okay, so we know all about that girl already. I'm just going to the girl stuff. I'm going to go to my messages. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my mail messages. So now it says my age category is 23 to 33 years old. It's in the face of the profile. It's not hidden inside my profile description box. It's inside. It's right on the face of the profile. When you click on my page, it shows you my preferences, 23 to 33. There's nothing, it's clear. I want somebody between the age of 23 and 33. And inside the written part of the profile, it says I would prefer to have a woman with no children. And here I have a message from a 29-year-old woman from Bohol with 3 children, who is probably a nice lady, but she has 3 children. And she lives all the way out at the other end of Bohol, which would be like 2 hours of traveling. I'm not going to travel for 2 hours for a date. That's 2 hours there, 2 hours back, a hotel room. I'm not going to get involved with all of that. I got other stuff that I do. Here's a woman, and my preference is Cebu or Bohol. Here's a woman that's 49 years old from Camarines Norte, wherever that is. And if I go here, if I click on her profile, very pretty woman for 49 years old. Her profile is the word no answer. Can I show you this? Sure, I can show you this. This is her profile. I'm not kidding you. This is her profile. No answer. No answer. Calamara's. That's her whole profile. This isn't like a part of the profile. That's her profile. That's everything she wants you to know about her before you get involved with 15 or 20 or 5 or 6 messages. Louis Pagan Ponce. Haven't seen you in a while, Louis. Welcome back. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we have the wordsmithers here as one famous, or shall we say infamous blogger called Scott Del Fuego, a glorified janitor. So Scott Del Fuego's been on dating sites for the last few months. Let's see if Scott has anything he's interested in learning. He's not sharing anything from his dating experience. This is well, you know, I guess 2 hours and 10 minutes, it's okay to take some water. There's more water here. There's more water in this bottle than came out of my hose spigot in 4 days. In 4 days, nothing has come out of the hose spigot. Nothing. But if I didn't have 30 gallons of water saved up, I would be all through my 5-gallon bottles of fresh water. But they'll come today, later anyway. Okay, so Scott Del Fuego. This is a chance to learn, to change perspective, to extend your horizons to a place that is no longer comfortable, but where you may learn the real truth of the universe. Mr. Fazio's world. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I give it, I'm not holding back. I mean, here's what I'm going to do. I have this guy, okay? He's going to go down in infamy as the world's greatest blogger. He is, according to his own measure, the world's greatest blogger. He's saying that these girls won't date me because I'm fat. You know, and that's probably partially true. That maybe a girl doesn't want an old fat guy, because I'm old and I'm fat, but I'm in pretty good shape. And but they don't want to date me as soon as a girl. I was on the jeepney yesterday coming home from the city. As soon as the girl found out I lived here in the Philippines, she didn't want to, she just stopped talking to me. Until that point, she was single, she had no children and no husband, because those questions, first thing a Filipina asks you is, are you single? Because they want to know. Yes. Married? No. Children? No. She's very interested. The woman in front of her on the jeepney said, blah, 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 he wants to date you. She goes, do you live here? I said, yes. And she said, where? And I told her. And she stopped dead in her tracks. They don't want to meet somebody from the Philippines. They want to meet a guy on vacation. So somebody like Scott got a much better chance coming here for 3 or 4 weeks than I do. And I don't really care about that. But so I said to her, what's wrong? She goes, I'm married. Well, it wasn't even 120 seconds ago you were single. I'm married. Okay, thank you. And actually I was transferring jeepneys at the BQ Mall, because the jeepney I was on was just a quick ride jeepney. So, but I mean, this is what they look for. So here, let's go to the next one. So I just showed you this girl. All right. Louis Pagan Ponce. Fazio is truly a rational man in an irrational world, which is why I stop by. I only want to listen to the truth and satire It keeps me young. So let's go. Thank you, Lewis. So let's go back. Let's go back to the dating site, to my messages only, not. So this woman who sees my profile, 23 to 33, is 50 or 49 years old. She didn't read my profile. They will not read your profile. They will read one. You got to understand how to communicate with these people here in the Philippines. In general, you give them one piece of information in as most succinct manner you can, with big words. Leave them out. Leave the big words out. Keep it simple. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. If you want to have a conversation with these people, you say one. You pass one idea to them at a time. Don't have a conversation like, "Hi, my name is Michael Fazio, and I live in Bohol. Where do you live, and do you have children?" That was like 4 pieces of information. You're going to get nothing. You're going to get no response at all if you write that down. The response is going to be hi, H-I. That's it. That's because you gave them 4 pieces of information. You confused them. Typically, that's what you're going to get. Now, I could show you the responses to my long letters, but I don't think I'll do that. So let's go back to my inbox. Okay. All right. Here, I'm going to read you what I wrote this girl. Hi, I have a real profile. I live in Bohol, 7 years, close to a white sand beach. I suggest, if you are serious to meet a long-term relationship with a man and you cannot swim, no need to waste your time. I like to swim. If you can't move to Bohol, there's no reason to reply. I will go to Cebu and meet you when possible after we talk. Please send me your Globe cell number and I will call you. Now, that was multiple pieces of information. Her response was no cell number, no answer to whether or not she can swim, no answer if she could move to Bohol, and no answer if she had children, because her profile has no answer to children. But she's a businesswoman. All right, she's a businesswoman, but no answer to children. Don't want children. And she lives in the city of Cebu. So what was her response to my long-winded letter? Okay. Here's the letter I wrote. I have a real profile, live in Bohol, 7 years, next to a white sand beach. Now, I suggest, if you are serious to find a good man, read my profile. If you cannot swim, no need to waste your time. I swim a lot. If you can't move to Bohol, no need to reply. We'll go to Cebu to meet you when possible after we talk. Send me your Globe cell number. So no answers to any of the questions, just okay. Just the word okay. Okay. So does it mean okay, I can swim? Okay, I'd like to meet you. Okay, I can't swim. This is how much time they will spend responding to a legitimate, nice letter. Now, subsequently, I wrote her another letter just to see if she could swim, because she is very cute. But I asked her, do you have children? Can you swim? So she said, I can't swim. That was so I probably spent 5 minutes writing each one of those, which is not a problem. I use them, I can use them again, but that's not the point. The point is their response to a multifaceted question is hi or okay. When you ask them specific questions, the answer is okay. What? Okay, what? It's like when you're in the store, and I said to the guy yesterday at the computer store, did you call the store to order the computer. Yes, sir. But no, what was the response? Nothing. He didn't tell me what they said. He didn't tell me if it'd be available. He didn't, yes, they give you these one-word answers. And you're supposed to figure out what's inside their little brains. It's an amazing thing. I want to buy a computer that costs $400, $3,400. I want to buy that computer. I've talked to him a dozen times. Did you call up and find out if the computer is available? Yes, sir. Okay, let's start a new line of questioning. When did you call? Last time you were here, which was May 11th. That's 13 days ago. Oh, call again now. Yes, sir. But he doesn't call. I said, are you going to call them? Yes, sir. When are you going to call them? Yes, sir. Then when are you going to call them means I am asking you for a time. Not yes, sir. You're a salesman. You want to get credit for selling a $3,400 computer. But you can't take the time to text the company that has the computer. I waited there until he texted them, and then I went next door to Globe, but I didn't realize Globe was closed on the weekends. And when I came back, he had a message that there's still no shipping. But he didn't know that. I don't know if he knew. I don't know what he knew. Because and here's a guy I've communicated with. I could show you 10 texts 4 times at the store, and his answer is still, yes, sir. These people don't take multiple thought process questions. They can't, it doesn't, and it's probably all people in the world due to this texting thing. It's one piece of information to the person and one piece back. This texting bullshit is training these people's minds to not be able to comprehend compound questions and or statements, or not be able to respond in a compound fashion. And once you ask them 2 or 3 things, it confuses them and they just say, okay, or hi. Do you have children? Can you swim? Hi. What? Excuse me. What? All right, let's go back to my next mail. Okay. This is affluent. I told you she wouldn't give me her cell number. Okay. Here's my letter to her. I will meet you in Cebu to make things easy. If we enjoy each other's company and there is good conversation, I will meet your family if you like, and we will talk about you and I going to Bohol. I will teach you how to swim if you don't know how to swim. You got to give up on the swimming thing at some point, especially considering what this girl looks like. I'm going to have to make a sacrifice here. I am not a bullshit guy here, only looking for a girl for long-term relationship, and I would like to have a family, and also help me build a business. I have an NBI certificate business license, and I don't drink or do drugs. One thing I will tell you in advance is I don't lie, and you cannot lie to me. That is a deal breaker. Send me your Globe cell number when I'm done with my trabajo, my work. About 6:30 tonight, I will call you. But I would like to ask you again, because you didn't answer it in my first letter, can you swim? Can you swim? Yes or no, thanks. And I provided her with my cell number. Her answer was, I don't give my cell number. That was her answer. She's on a dating site. We have 8 conversations back and forth. She has my YouTube account. She has my phone number. my YouTube account shows who I am. I don't give my cell number out. Well, how do you meet? I would not even respond and say, how do you meet people? Her response might be, you come here. But that's not what the response was. No. I don't want to tell you what the response was. One of the stupidest things you've ever heard. Go back to my mail. I'll read another. All the messages are different. I usually I write individual. Okay, so here. Ella. Ella's she's a 5-star genius, Ella is. 5-star, not a 3-star. Okay, she actually wrote back a response. Here's her profile. I love traveling to different places. Okay, so that means she's interested in meeting a guy who's going to take her traveling. That's not me. But she's very pretty, and she lives in Leyte. Okay, so I actually have been talking to a girl from Leyte since September, but I haven't made up my mind whether or not I want to go there. So this is a second girl in Leyte. One is in southern Leyte and one is in Leyte. So I love traveling to different places. This is her profile. I keep positive attitude and get well with all kinds of people. I don't like people sending nude pictures or chatting with a rude person. Okay. First of all, I don't know if any of that is true. It's just what they say. So, she will date a man of any age. Her last activity was 2 months ago, which is when I sent this letter. And she has a bachelor's degree, but she didn't answer whether she has children or not. Okay, so I said to her, you have a bachelor's degree, but you are not able to fill out a profile with information as to whether or not you have children and or if you can swim. Because if you have a hobby, or any hobbies, if you have a hobby, this is not the first letter. We sent 2 or 3 back and forth. If you have a hobby, you should put it in your profile. If you could swim, that's a big plus. A lot of people from all over the world, they freaking swim. They go in the water. People from all over the world go in the water. They go scuba diving. They go swimming. If you can swim, So I said, if you're not able to fill out a decent profile, how can you claim to have a bachelor's degree? And it was, I guess I upset her because she wrote the longest letter I've ever had, except for Daisy May. Daisy May and I had a great rapport on the dating site. Ha, that is so funny. I don't need to put everything about myself in my profile because I prefer texting back and forth to get to know people instead of putting information in my profile. By the way, I don't run a business, even though it says she's a businesswoman. I graduated in a bachelor's degree and don't have to explain anyone because I don't give a shit telling them a story about it anyway. Whatever the fuck that means, that's what she said. I would be, not me, but she, I would be such a weirdo if I would fill out a profile the way you want. You have to ask me the questions that you want to know, and then I will tell you. The fuck is wrong with these people, really? So, she has a bachelor's degree, but she didn't fill out. It's the longest profile I've ever seen. I love traveling to different places. Basically, she's looking for a sugar daddy that's coming to the Philippines, and that's okay. But that's what she's looking for. This is what you get on the dating site. Now, the dates that I had, and there were a few. Warren and Scott know about that more than anybody else. Let me go back to the comments. I'm not going to talk about that. Paige High. Whoa, Paige High knows about dating sites. So Paige High, Dr. Paige High, thank you for stopping by, Dr. Paige. So I used to see, says Paige High, please, oh yeah, please help. Now he's saying what's on their profile. Now they use the term sugar daddy. Okay, so please help on Filipina Cupid. Oh yeah, you see that all the time. Or they come right out and say, looking for a sugar daddy. I could Google that, but I'm not a member. But if I put sugar daddy and I was a full member, I'd come up with every profile that said sugar daddy in it. So Paige High says, I used to see Paige help. Excuse me. I used to see please help on Filipina Cupid. Like the second sentence when I used to use it. Thank heavens I don't use Filipina Cupid anymore. Yeah, well, he found himself a nice Filipina. That's possible, and he doesn't have to do that. Now, I talked about Daisy and how our relationship when we met online, I don't just jump on a boat and go meet people or a plane. I do. I mean, I have, but I don't do that. I did it a few times when I first got here. These girls will have you travel to Bacolod, which is to Dumaguete. It's 5 hours from here to Dumaguete, and then it's 7 more hours on a bus to go to Bacolod, and then they won't show up. But, you have 5 or 6 different girls that you're talking to in Bacolod. But anyway, I told Daisy when I met her, I will talk to you back and forth for 90 days, because I was in no hurry to meet Daisy, and I wanted to get to know her. And I said, in that 90 days, if you don't lie to me about anything and you show up on time for the conversations that we agree, blackout or sickness, understanding, on the 90th first day, I will come and meet you in Mindanao. So Daisy got dengue fever. She was in the hospital for 4 days. I just gave up. I just didn't send her a message after she didn't respond. Then she told me she had dengue fever, but she did not ask me for money. And she sent me, after she got out of the hospital, she sent me pictures of her in the hospital room. So I knew she was telling the truth. When I offered her money for the hospital, she said, no, I don't want that. Okay, so Daisy was actually on time for our conversations, and there was never a doubt as to whether or not she was telling the truth. Not even one time. She always told the truth. She even told the truth about how much money she had in the bank. So that's a rarity on the dating sites. And that was, again, you got to go back 4 years, that was. So Daisy and I were together for 42 months. But before we were together, we met each other January 21st of 2016. So then, and we were together until August of 2019. So she was a rarity to find. Now, from that time that I met her, from that day, I didn't go on or talk to anybody else. Because I said, well, this is a good girl. She's a nice girl. She tells the truth, shows up on time. You're not going to get any better than that. And to get to Daisy, I did quick conversations or long conversations or phone conversations or Skype messages to 3,000 plus women between 2009 and the day I met Daisy. Now, Before I met Daisy, I met quite a few women. A lot. Not so hard to meet women in the Philippines. Depends on what you're looking for. Leave your profile blank. Tell them that you're looking to travel and you need a tourist guide. Yep. You're going to have them flocking. Especially if you put it in the header over your head. Put down, looking for tourist guide. There will be 1,000 messages in a week on your profile, because that means you're coming to the Philippines and you're going to travel around and you're looking for a girl to travel with. That's basically what most of these girls are looking for. Now, if something comes of that, then that's okay too. But this is you traveling to an inexpensive place comparative to Miami, called Boracay. I mean, they have places in Boracay. They had places in Boracay for $50 a day, and you're going to spend most of the time on the beach anyway. What do you care? But I mean, you know, they have expensive places also. But you traveling to Sabang, most bungalows in Sabang are less than $12. Well, when I went, $8, $9 on the beach, right on the beach. So right on the beach itself, $10, $8 with the breakfast with $10. Okay, but you had the Holiday Inn there also, or the Travelers Inn for $200 a night just next door. So, but you saying if you want to come here and meet a girl, if that's all you're going to be here for 3 weeks and you want companionship, don't put all that crap down looking for a wife or none of that shit. Just put down looking for a tourist guide. Put it in the header, right at the top, right where your head is, like this. Need coming to the Philippines. You can't put all of that in. Tourist guide wanted. Tourist guide wanted. Just don't even worry about putting crap in your profile. You're going to get 1,000 responses. You think I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you. What they don't want is a guy that lives here say 2 or 3 words of the language when you're on a phone call conversation with them. Pretty much your chances of meeting them are 0. None. Because they know that you live here. They don't want to meet a guy that lives here. Most of them. All the girls that are telling you they're looking for marriage and long-term. Here, if Scott Del Fuego was still here, me and Scott and Warren, we had a laugh before Warren went into the hospital back in September. I met a girl. I'm not going to tell you what the girl sent me, but I met a girl. Like, I sent her a message before I got Skype and Warren and myself in a 3-way call. Scott will confirm this, but I won't give you all the details. So I'll set up a timeline. It might have been after a live stream, so it's 12 o'clock Philippines time. I send out a message to some girl named, I forgot her name, Denise. Let's say her name was Denise. I send out a message. And she sends me back a message. Where do you live? So I said, I live in Bohol. And then I sent her a quick video of the last video I uploaded to YouTube. She goes, I'm going to send you a message. Now, this is 12 o'clock. And we go back and forth 3 times by 12:03. So I get Scott on Skype, and I get Warren on Skype. Scott and Warren, they'll tell you if they're still here. So we're talking, and she sends back a video. I'm telling you, the things that this girl could do was amazing. And the video was this was the video. Me and what? So anyway, I'm thinking she's going to send me back a video showing her face, or which her face was there. Took you You had to watch the video 4 or 5 times before you realized she had a face. But Scott and Warren, if they're here, they'll confirm that I'm telling. So I was like, holy, this was by 12:16. It took like 16 minutes. So she made a video just for me, showing me what she looked like. Scott Del Fuego says on his dating site experience, which is separate from the girl I'm talking. So Scott and Warren will confirm that what I just said about the girl sending me a video of her, nothing else, just her. He'll confirm, and that's typical. I mean, if they want, and this was before I had a normal profile, I just had my name, and she just looked at me as a target. Okay, Scott says, ask them a question. Do you eat out often or do you cook? And the answer is yes. Now, I mean, that's not an answer. Yes is not an answer to the question. All right, so say she was in school and there was a question. Do you eat out often or do you cook? And she answered yes. Well, she's going to get that one wrong, right? Why would you go any further with a woman after an answer like that? You wouldn't. Well, except if you saw the video that this girl sent me, then you might, I got to tell you, you might just jump right on the next boat over to Cebu. Except I had something else that I was working with at the time, and I really couldn't go to Cebu. And then, after she sent the video, a few messages went back and forth, and it was a Friday afternoon, or Thursday afternoon, but either way, a few more messages, and while Scott and Warren were still on the computer, I'm pretty sure they were still on the computer, she says, by the way, I asked her if she said she was in school, so she said she was doing her thesis on Saturday. She had to present her thesis on Saturday. Okay. I said, that's good. And I said, well, I'll be there on Monday. Yeah, but I need 3,000 pesos. Well, she also worked in a woman's lingerie shop. She goes, yeah, but I need 3,000 pesos for Saturday morning. I think it was Friday afternoon. And I said, for what? She goes, well, I give my thesis tomorrow. I said, well, borrow the money from your boss. I can't. I need it from you. Because if we're going to be together, and I'm going, I knew this girl for 40 minutes. So Scott and Warren will confirm this, because they saw the messages anyway. But because it was all happening while we were on Skype. And I am absolutely certain that girl could care less, because I never showed anybody the video. But anyway, so at Friday afternoon at 12 o'clock, she needed 3,000 pesos for a dissertation at 8 o'clock Saturday morning. So there's going to be a board of professors or teachers that are going to be there Saturday morning at 8. This is the bullshit that you got to go through. So in other words, your thesis is due tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and you don't have the money for the thesis, and I am your savior. All right, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Why not? We're going to be together forever. I'm going to come live with you in Bohol. And the more I told her I didn't want to be with her, or I wasn't going to say, I said, look, don't worry about it. I'm going to Cebu Monday. Don't worry, I'll see you Monday. I need the money now. Well, I mean, I wasn't going to, I wouldn't send this. I did know for a fact that the picture that she had on her profile was the same girl in the video, but I don't know that the person that was writing the words on the screen was the girl in the picture or the girl in the video. The girl in the picture could have been screenshotted from it or stolen from another person's porno website, for all I know. I mean, and that's the truth. I mean, somebody could have went to some porn site and took those pictures off the porn site and downloaded a video from the porn site with the girl's face and then the porn video. And she's typing to me, I need 3,000 pesos. You don't know if it's a big fat guy smoking a cigar with a can of cold Heineken in his hand. You don't know that. You need to Skype with these people or Facebook Messenger with face chat. Okay, FaceTime. That girl in the picture was definitely the girl in the video, but you don't know that it was the girl or the person talking to you in the chat messenger. It could have been a guy. Could have been anybody. Could have been somebody, anybody. Could be any age, anybody just sending you a picture that they downloaded off a porn site and a video clip they downloaded off a porn site, and then they're asking you for 3,000 pesos for a freaking for a meeting that's going to happen in 18 hours to get the thesis on whatever she was doing a thesis on. I forgot. I have it written in Skype somewhere. Don't give these people money. But don't believe them just because they give you a video with the face that matches. Don't even believe that that's them. It still can be anybody. Don't believe any of the crap you get from the dating site. All right, let's go to the comments. Scott says, she can't swim, but maybe she has built-in life jacket preservers. Yeah, that's true. Yep, Waterwing says, John, internet dating is absolutely mind-boggling. Breaking. Scott Del Fuego, I don't give my cell number. That's okay. Okay, I don't give my cell number. That's okay. Just means you are now disqualified in Fazio Zagi sweepstakes. Zazij. It's Fazio Zazij. The Fazio sausage sweepstakes. You're dismissed. Girls are like buses. Be another one in a minute. Yeah, well, all right. You cannot trust anything. And I just explained to you that the girl who I said I would take to the buffet 101, apparently she knew what it was, but she goes, treat? You will treat me? After I write this long thing, can you swim? Send me your cell number. You will treat me? What does that mean? You will treat me. You will treat me and my friends? I'm going, well, I can't come there now. Well, that's another thing, another scam they run on you stupid guys. All right, so we'll get to the scam. So what this girl wanted from me on May 20th that I showed the video, I showed it in the video, the May 20th email, not the mail, just the mail to me, not the body of the message. She wanted me to send her the money, I guess for the buffet for 101, because I mentioned it in the video, for her and her friends. She goes, my friends. So I don't know how many friends. Sometimes they bring 7. But so at least 3 people at 867 pesos per, plus transportation, say 900 a person. So she wanted me to send her 2,700 pesos plus transportation. She would have never went to 101 with her friends. She would have never went anywhere with her friends. But she was asking me for basically 3,000 pesos. Apparently 3,000 pesos is what they figure they can scam you from easiest of all the scams. 1,000 is too low. 5,000 is too much. 3,000, that's the magic number. So I'm going back to my mail. Oh, let me go to the comments. Let me finish the comments. Paige, hi. Laughing my ass off. Casanova, no Fazanova. All right. Oh, Paige. The girls I could meet are astounding. They're astounding. There are so many women that even a big old fat guy like myself, you can meet them. You can meet 2 or 3 a day. It's not a problem. Okay, Warren is in the chat room, so Warren can confirm the girl's initial email just before we started chatting on Skype with Warren and chat. And then the video, we won't talk about what was in the video, but do you remember that day, Warren? Warren and Scott and I were in Skype. Warren may not have been here. I was telling the people the story. Yeah. Okay. Warren says that girl was amazing. The things that girl could do was amazing. I gotta tell you, and it all happened in 16 minutes. But even though the girl was in the picture, Warren just confirmed my story, so you guys know I'm telling you the truth. Even though the girl in the picture was the girl in the video, we still don't know if it was the person I was typing to or the person who sent me her NBI clearance to work and her copy of her driver's license. She did send that in the Skype. Warren and Scott saw that. So she sent that as proof of who she was. But the girl in the picture and the girl in the video may not have been the girl I was sending that to. There's no way of knowing. Even that the name matched up. She's the person that put the name in the dating site profile. The dating site profile didn't go to the actual person that existed or doesn't exist in real life. So she made the dating site profile with, let's say she made it with a porn star's picture, and then she took a video clip from a porn movie that the girl was in, and then she put her name in real life on her NBI clearance card to send the money to. She had all that information ready for me to go. So she had a real identification, driver's license and NBI card, but where did she live? Did she really live in Cebu? Because I told her I'm coming Monday. She goes, no, I'll come there. You send me 3,000 pesos again to get there, which it only cost 500 to get here. But so was it really her? I mean, okay, it was the girl in the ID that I'm sending the money to, Western Union, that I didn't send any money. It's that girl. But where is she? Is she in Dubai? Is she in Cebu? Is she living next door to me? Is she in Mindanao? Is she in Zamboanga? You don't know where she... Well, yeah, she's probably in Cebu because it would go... No. You don't have to put that information anymore. Could just her name and her middle name and her number, it'll go to any island, any girl in the Philippines. Yeah, you got to be careful. So right now, what I got to do, I'm going to go one more quickie. Hi, Steffi says hi like 4 times. Steffi is 18 years old. Let's see. Steffi is 18 years old. I'm not interested in meeting an 18-year-old girl. And to be honest, Steffi is shaped like a barrel. I mean, literally shaped like a barrel. So I wouldn't want to meet her. And with no breasts at all, just shaped like a barrel. So I wouldn't, I'm not putting her down for that, but I don't want to meet an 18-year-old woman. And her profile says, I'm looking a good man, okay? Education, high school, has children, no children. And she's a big barrel at that, 5'5" and 80 kilos. Now, that's a big barrel. I don't want to meet a woman that looks like that. I want to meet an older woman with a more more of an education or a better vocabulary. So that, but now she has sent 4 requests stating her telephone number, where she lives, she's interested, she can come and live with me in Bahal. Okay, back to the mail. We'll do one more. And then I'm going to have to go out and use the facility outside, the outside bathroom. Okay, now we talked about Janine. Now I could cut her head off and show you the pictures that she has. She is smoking hot, Janine. Okay, which is one of the reasons I even went back for a second look. How do I block all this crap out? Okay, first I'll read. Wow, I just see your new pictures. Not a bad-looking woman, because now she's got a very revealing bathing suit. Nothing illegal. But not a picture. Okay, so here's what I write her. Wow, I just see your new picture. Not a bad-looking woman. But not a picture that is going to attract a serious guy either, in my opinion. Although I was serious to meet her for a week. But long term with this girl, no way. This would be something that they want, you want, both agree on. And if she could have got up before frickin' noontime to respond to my chat, my text, she might have been in Bahal. Who knows? She might still be here today. She's a hottie. So, and I break down her picture. It appears you're in some rich guy's studio apartment. Not very flattering, you being in some guy's house or studio taking half-nude pictures. Number 2, you're a big woman in many ways. Number 3, you look more like a pro than a simple Filipina. Number 4, I told you before, you scared off any serious men by plastering your phone numbers on the site. Number 5, we pay attention to things like that. Number 6, we are not small educated viewers of your so-called Asian wonders. Number 7, you don't have a damn clue what it means to be on time. That's an instant deal breaker. Number 8, you didn't apologize because of all your so-called opportunities. You didn't apologize for not answering the phone for a week. I just pressed redial if I had a number in there. But she wanted to meet me, and she didn't show up, of course, that day. Not to mention your worthless 3-letter replies. And on that note, why would any real man want to be with you? Nothing in your profile is attractive for a long-term relationship. Just short-term weekend excursions. I asked you if you can cook. You can't cook. Do you do housework? No answer. Do you want marriage? No answer. So which means someone has to take care of you for the next 30 years. I've asked you about all your skill sets. It seems you have none. Okay, so it goes on. She's her skill set is she wins beauty contests. But the picture that I might show you without her head is a really big woman. I mean, she's tall and she's zoftic. And I saw her on 2 different dating sites. Okay, so she's not just on one dating site. So had you answered your phone by now, you might have been living in Bahal, but at least vacationing in Bahal. The girl is built like a brick shithouse. I mean, I'm a guy, she's a girl. I mean, if we have a mutual understanding, you come to Bahal, I take you swimming, take you boating, take you snorkeling, take you out to the enchanted forest, the chocolate hills. I mean, it'd be a nice vacation. But she couldn't get up before 12 o'clock to see my message. Okay. And then I even said, I'm not sure I could afford you. Because I really don't have enough money for a woman that her sole attribute is winning beauty contests. That means makeup, fingernail polish, hair. I am not going to spend money on all that crap. I just won't do it. And Daisy wanted a hair straightened. We got a hair straightened. She would like to get a pedicure or manicure. She did that herself, but I would offer to pay for that. But these girls want everything. So beauty contest winning means big money. It's like owning a boat or an airplane. Got to put a lot of money into those. If it boats, floats, or fucks, it's going to get expensive. You know that. Oh, the fact that she's online all night, you can't get up to answer your messages. So I wrote her a nice letter, but I still told her I'd give her another shot. And I would have gave her a couple of shots if she came to Bahal. But, all right. So, anyway, I had nothing but time that day, apparently. And her reply to all of what I said, but twice as much, her reply is, okay. Okay. That's her reply. So, then I sent both times she didn't show up for the thing. Let's see, when was this? This reply, okay, this is the second time, February 16th, 2020. Okay, LOL. So I wrote her a nice letter saying, what's wrong with her profile? Now I'm going to try to figure out how to get her picture without her head and without my name or her name. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Nope, not quite enough. All right, I will be back. I have to do EHE. E-E-H-E-E. I'll be back in about, I guess 2 minutes. So you guys say hello to each other, and you can ask Warren and Scott whether or not that girl that sent me the video and the picture was cute. She was cute. If nothing else, she was cute. Guapo. Amigo. Do you have water here today? No water, yeah? Okay, salamat. Still no water. Wow. I should have known better to ask him a question like that. He's walking down the block with a bucket. I don't know if he was bringing or getting or good. So I can't show you her picture. I want to show you her picture. I can't figure out how to show you her picture. All right. Warren says that girl was amazing. And I tell you true stories. I know that you people think that I embellish. That whole conversation took place in 16 minutes. Hello? Back and forth. The picture. I sent her a video. She sent me a video. And then the 3,000 pesos happened immediately after that. Warren says that girl was amazing. Scott Del Fuego said everything but a ping pong ball machine gun she had. She had everything. She was beautiful. She was perfectly proportioned. And she could do things that was, Warren said, is amazing. She's an amazing girl. Scott Del Fuego says, maybe figured that since she couldn't meet your mom right away, she sent you a video for her to introduce herself. Yeah, she couldn't meet my mom. It was a, hi, Mom, how you doing? I'm your new daughter-in-law. Oh, my God, that was, and but, I don't talk about this, but it's common for a girl that says, do not send me naked pictures, which I've never done. It's common for a girl that says, do not send me naked pictures. Do not talk dirty to me. It's common that if you move over to Skype, that they might be more sexually orientated. But on the dating site that's public, they won't talk like that. First of all, you're not allowed to talk like that, really, theoretically. But you move them over to Skype, you would be surprised what you see. And after they show you what they want you to see, if you accept their offer, because you have to accept video chat, or like you have to accept the video that they send you, or unless they just take their clothes off, and then there's no way to defend against that. I mean, yeah, how do you defend against that? So anyway, you'd be surprised the shit they say and how much money they believe it's worth to take their clothes off. It's like you'd have to be the sickest bastard in the world to send these girls money because they send you or take their blouse off. I mean, really? Didn't you guys ever see a girl with a blouse off before? I mean, I wouldn't give them 5 pesos. I wouldn't give them 5 pesos in real life to take their blouse off. I've been in, when I was 22, Joey, one of the most famous internal medicine specialists in New York, certainly maybe one of the best in the world, he went to a strip joint for his bachelor party. And that was what, 1977? That was the last time I was in a strip club where there were naked girls, full naked. Then in maybe 1984 or 85, I was in a strip club where it was just topless. But I never gave a girl money. It's just not my style. But I'm not opposed to people doing that, but I wouldn't give a girl money to send you a picture of her breasts. People do it, and that's why they're on these sites. You got to be careful. So even the girl had a picture and a video, and the name of the girl on the dating site was such and such. Let's call her Denise. And she had a driver's license and an NBI clearance with the name Denise on it. You still don't know what Denise looks like. You didn't Skype her. You didn't see her on Facebook. She could be a guy, big fat guy with a can of cold Heineken in his hand and smoking a cigar. Could be an old lady. Could be a young lady. Could be some ugly lady. Could be some ugly guy. Could be a guy and a girl working 3 computers. You have no idea who the hell's on the other end of the line. You got to get them on Skype. And to get them on Skype, they're going to ask you for anywhere between 500 and 1,000 pesos so that they can get a load. And a load is something that costs 350 pesos to put a load in this phone or tablet. Gives you 4 hours of Skype. So why do they need 1,000? Well, they have to take transportation to the store to buy a load, because you people are stupid enough to believe that the store is miles away. And they have to pay transportation to an internet shop that has cameras, cam cameras. When all internet shops, even in 2014, had cam cameras. Don't send them money. All right, so I'm going to go back to my comments. We're going on 3 hours, just over. Warren says, I'll never forget that video. No one will ever forget that video. John escaped. Good night, John. Thank you for stopping by. Scott says good night to John. LaRue says good night, John escaped. Scott De Fuego says, hello, friend. Gold evening. Goid evening. Good evening to LaRue Segrest from Scott Del Fuego. Scott is wishing LaRue wellness and safeness in her home. Warren says goodbye, John. LaRue Segrest says she's okay. We are safe here, home by God's protection, says LaRue Segrest. And if you want to meet somebody that really believes in God, LaRue Segrest is the girl to go to. The go-to girl when it comes to God. Scott Del Fuego says, pull up a stool and put on your glasses. Miss Filipina on a dating site because you have gotten schooled by Mr. Fazio. Hopefully, lesson learned, and you can be a better professional. Okay, so let's read that again. Pull up a stool and put on your glasses, Miss Filipina on a dating site, because you have gotten schooled by Mr. Fazio. Hopefully, learned a lesson, and you can be a better professional. She was a super hottie, says Warren. No, Warren, Scott, and I would recognize that girl today, even if she had clothes on. That's how hot she was. If I was walking down the city street in Cebu and I looked eye to eye to that girl, I would still even if she was dressed, I would recognize her. Scott agrees. Yes, Warren. Yeah, that girl was Scott Del Fuego. Warren says, Scott Del Fuego, would you agree that girl was deep? Oh, boy. Scott Del Fuego says, yes, Warren, she was super attractive. Almost as pretty as Honeycomb Baby. Whoa! I feel love is in the air. I know Scott and Honeycomb do hit it off well. Uncle Eddie. Well, yeah, Honeycomb. Boy, oh, boy. Uncle Eddie is here. We never, ever think you would embellish, says Uncle Eddie. No, I don't. There's no need to. There is so much truth in some of the stories that I have. There are people that are watching right now that can Google where I lived in New York. Okay, if you could see the open files, you could see known associations, wherever they are. But what jobs I did, because all my work was on the books. I lived in apartment buildings where other people that were famous lived in the buildings. I could tell you stories about the people that you think actually are the most important people of certain organizations. But then in the 1980s, I could bring you to the people's houses who were really the boss. Because I did their work. I know that. I mean, there were people walking around with flannel fucking shirts on and, $20 sneakers. They're the boss. Those are the bosses. The real bosses don't get dressed up in... I mean, there are bosses that get dressed up in $1,000, $2,000, $10,000 suits. But the people that really run the shit show in New York, very rarely will you know who they are, number one. And number two, they don't dress for the occasion. They just They're the boss. I mean, and if I did that, I wouldn't be bragging, because I actually did. I built their kitchens and their bathrooms. But some of the shit that I actually saw go on in New York would be way off the chain shit. The people could or could not believe me, but theoretically there'd be people that could Google it, or not Google it, but see the shit that you can't see. They could see shit you can't see. Does that make sense? Somebody being able to see shit you can't see? That's the truth. But I don't talk about that stuff. Scott Del Fuego. He's wordsmithing, unlike some frail old man that has never done anything in his life trying too hard to be relevant. Michael has had more experience with life-altering events than he can count. His stories are epic. That's true. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, I could tell you that I could tell you this story, because Steve has to be long dead by now. He just has to be. But Steve was a guy that was a friend of mine, that was the man that was the head of the group of people that we associated with. So Steve was a guy who had a Learjet license to fly, but he was also a fighter jet pilot in Vietnam. So when I was 22, Steve was in his 40s. Because I remember, well, Ernie, that was the guy that we called Big E, another Big E. Ernie was 40 years old in 1978 or 1979, and Steve was a few years older than Ernie. But anyway, Steve was the king of Morocco, personal bodyguard, and he was also his pilot, and he married the daughter of the king of Morocco. So Steve would bring us to places that in New York City that you wouldn't even imagine existed. I mean, you see pictures like that from Trump Towers. I mean, you got to remember, this is 1977, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. But I wish I had a camera. I wish I was allowed to take a picture. I had a camera, but no pictures allowed of these people. No faces, no pictures. And that was just part of the agreement, that nobody took pictures of each other. But I did work. I don't want to tell you about that. All right. And I don't want to get involved in that story, but I talked about what I was just about to talk to about. You could Google the Pizza Connection. I built 4 houses for that guy, and I didn't know what the hell he did for a living until they came and got him. But yeah, I mean, he was, and the people that would visit his house, they just looked like normal people. He owned, to launder his money, this is all documented now, he went to jail for this, but to launder his money, he bought the company that supplied the furniture to Macy's and Gimbel's department stores and Siemens department stores. It was a warehouse that was thousands and thousands of feet long and wide, and 6 or 7 floors. That was so that they'd have a business big enough to launder the money for the Pizza Connection. That's how much money they had to launder. And that guy, I lived in his house. Oh, From 1977, I worked for him on and off, building the pool. I got pictures with my afro and building this pool. Till 1980, I think it was 83 or 84 when he got pinched. And then he hired me to revamp the house for his wife. And then he did 12 years. He got pinched. I could say this because I'm not mentioning the guy's name, but he got arrested. I worked at his houses, private houses, but he got arrested as the head of the Pizza Connection. Leave it at that. But there were hundreds and hundreds of things that he got arrested with. He should have went to jail for 1 million years. Maybe 2 million years. And he did 8 years out of 11. He got sentenced for 11 years and he did 8. So somebody got paid off, but that's the way it was back then. Now, if I was to talk to some of my friends on here that are able to research it, I could give you the street and the avenue and the guy's full name if you wanted to check it out and to see if I'm telling the truth, but I'm telling the truth. And I literally lived in this guy's house. He was the guy that wanted me to build a discotheque in the basement and have it ready by July so we could have a party. I said, there's no way that could be done. He goes, how much? Maybe $75,000. I'll give you. He just walked away. He goes, I'll be back in a few minutes. Jumped into his car and came back like 15 minutes later with $100,000. He goes, I'll give you $100,000 cash now, but it has to be done by July 4th. You want a contract? No, don't worry about that. We'll work that out later. He told me what he wanted, and I told him $75,000. What do we need a contract for? He's giving me an extra 25%. I says, I got to go. He goes, where you going? So I'm going to get some guys to quit the union job to come to work for you. I need ceiling guys. I need plumbing. I need electric. I need to get the pool installed. I did everything. That pool was extra, but I was in the process of finishing the pool. Yeah, I have stories about people that just didn't give a shit about money. It was an amazing thing living that life in those times. Anyway, thank you for stopping by. So if someone there wants me to give them the first and last name of not only the man that I'm talking about, but his wife's name and his son's name and what they did, I will be happy to do that. Yeah, that would be simple for some people to very famous. One of the most famous things that ever happened in New York City, the Pizza Connection. Scott Warren says, plus, Scott, I've never heard Michael tell someone a lie, unlike the other one. No, I read that wrong. Plus, Scott, I've never heard Michael tell someone a lie, unlike the other excuse for a man. Scott Del Fuego says, thank you, Warren. Scott Del Fuego. Wait, hey, Scott and Warren, before I'll end this thing right now. If you two guys say that you want to come on Skype, would you like to Skype each other? I'll get the two of you together, and I'll do that. If you say yes, the live stream will end in 30 seconds. Scott says, the men Michael grew up with and worked with would never have accepted him, not just as a man, which they did, but as a made man. He is a real Italian and the real deal, not some sloppy half fanuc. Yeah, that's probably true. I've had, Scott says, Warren's not home. Okay, well, that would be up to Scott. I can do that in 2 hours. So to read that again, the men Michael grew up with and worked with would have accepted him not just as a man, which they did, but as a made man. He is a real Italian and the real deal, not some sloppy half fanuc. but I'm not a made man. So Scott says, I've got enough friends, acquaintances, snitches, and enemies to know Michael Fazio is the real deal. The Beach, Queens, New York, unadulterated, known associate, never back down man, no doubt verified. Well, that's funny, Scott, that you should mention. It's not real funny, it's sad. I give people these challenges all the time. Monetary challenges. Warren offered large money for me to get in the ring with another man and have a cut doctor and ambulance and hotel airfare, if airfare was needed, boat transportation, just to see, for Warren's curiosity, who could beat whom, because someone said they could beat me up and laughed about beating me up. So Warren said, I'll put on a paid event. I'll pay for all expenses for that man to meet me halfway in Cebu, and we would get into a ring together, a legitimate, licensed mixed martial arts ring. We would get into the ring. At ringside would be a bell and timekeeper, a doctor, and a cut doctor. Outside, waiting, if necessary, would be an ambulance, and all expenses paid to get to the event and do a training the day before, all expenses paid, so that this other person and myself could fight a legitimate mixed martial arts battle. Even though I don't know much about mixed martial arts, Warren was going to pay all the expenses, and listen to this, it gets better. Warren was going to give the winner of the fight $5,000 if you won the fight. The loser of the fight was going to get $3,000. But here's what Warren goes off the chain sideways, bending over backwards to get, not me, because I'm all in. I'm already all in. The other guy that was going to beat me up, that says multiple times that he could, oh, are you afraid I'll beat up your daddy? And multiple times, I could beat that guy. I'm better than that guy at everything. So Warren says, well, okay, let's see this all happen. So here's what Warren did. You want to talk about overextending? Here's Warren's offer. All expenses paid, transportation and hotel, food and accommodations. $5,000 to the winner, $3,000 to the loser, but you don't have to fight. If one of us goes into the ring and said, whoa, I'm afraid of that guy, all we have to do is just, let's pretend this is the rope. All we have to do, here's the rope right here. All we have to do is climb over the rope, get in the ring, and jump back out. We just have to show that we went into the ring and both of us are in the ring at the same time. You could jump back out. And Warren offered $3,000 to the guy who was jumped in the ring and jumped back out, plus hotel, plus food, plus transportation. And he'd have everything ready. The doctor, the cut doctor, the bell guy, the timer, the hotel, the transportation to and from the place. He had all of this money invested just to see this guy who kept telling everybody he could beat me up. Well, the exact words, because I have it documented, by the way. His exact words, well, you don't think I could beat your daddy up? You don't think I could beat your daddy up? And he laughed. So Warren said, let's see this happen. Let's see it happen. Even I said, let's see it happen. Everybody wanted to see it happen except the guy that knew the outcome of the fight before we fought. It was the most amazing thing. Now here's a skill set that would come in handy. I know, not me, that guy knows who's going to win in advance. Shit. Imagine how handy that would come in at the horse track or at a boxing match or at a basketball game. He knows who's going to win before it happens. Before the two people meet. He knows. He don't have to fight me. He don't have to fight me. He don't have to fight me anyway. But he don't have to fight me to know who's going to win. He's going to win. He's sure of that. So Warren said, look, you go beat him up. Have at it. Knock the shit out of Michael. He didn't give a shit. He don't care. He's paying probably $12,000, $13,000 to have this happen. He don't give a shit. He wants to see a fight. But the other guy who said, oh, you don't think I could beat up your daddy? Like that? Warren said, okay, let's see that happen. Beat up daddy. And so the other guy, he backs down. Does it every time. He's an amazing man. And the reason he backed down is because he knows he can win. There's no reason to fight somebody if he knows he can beat them. Well, there was a reason. $5,000 was the reason. But shortly after that, there's a video. I don't know where it is, but I have it copied somewhere. There's a video of that person saying that he can tell by looking at somebody in a YouTube video whether or not he could win in a fight. Really? I gotta tell you, there was a guy. What the hell was that guy's name? Steve. His name was Steve. I never forget him. He knocked the shit out of me, and he looked like a little. He wasn't much smaller than me, but he didn't look like he was freaking tough. He was freaking tough. Steve Gargano. We were working in Joe's Pizzeria in the Bow Wow. Probably this was 1969 or 1970. And I was only 14 or 15 years old. We both worked at Joe's Pizzeria, Joe's Pizza in the Big Bow Wow. And I don't know how it started, but Steve and I were good friends. I mean, we worked together we worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday nights. And typically we would work, together with John or another guy. I forgot the other guy's name. But typically we would all work together. There was 4 of us in the pizzeria. Well, Steve Gargano didn't look like he was tough. I never thought about Steve Gargano being tough. Well, he was tough. Me and him fought for probably a minute, maybe more. Maybe it seemed like forever. I mean, I thought Steve would be a pushover, but he wanted to fight. I'm going, what do you want to fight for? Fuck you. He was like this, that, and the other thing. You can't tell how tough somebody is by looking at them. Maybe that guy could beat me. Either way, all he has to do is just jump over the rope like this. Just Warren made it clear. These are the rules. Fazio's over there and you're over here. You walk over the rope, you get in the ring, take a picture together in the middle of the ring and jump back out of the ring. You get $3,000 and an all expense paid vacation to Cebu. So you got to understand what's going on here. You got people that are full of shit and you got people that tell you the truth about things. So Warren, if he's on here now, or Scott will confirm what I just said. This was public knowledge. Scott Del Fuego says, right at Warren. When you've lived like a freaking madman, you don't need to lie to be interesting. Thank you, Scott. Scott, Warren says, I'm not home, be home in 2 hours. So it's 1 o'clock. So at 3 o'clock, we'll check that out. Scott Del Fuego says, I'll be out in 2 hours, bro, 2:30 a.m. here. Yes, Michael, your honesty is on display again. Not meant to say you are a made guy, but you would have been accepted had you chosen the path. Oh, for sure. But yeah, that was thank you, Scott. Yeah, I chose to be a carpenter, but a good carpenter, a very good carpenter. Thank you very much, Scott, for clearing that up. Here around host. Thank you, LaRue. We'll rest for a few minutes. LaRue, have a nice nap, sweetheart. Thank you for stopping by. Warren says Michael has done too nutty stuff. Okay, so yeah, that's true. So Warren says he's still happy to reorganize the fight. And I have an extra $2,000 that I'll put into the kitty out of my pocket. Okay? So that would be $7,000 to the winner, but it would be my money. So it'd still be $5,000, but $5,000 to the loser. I would go. Let's go, baby. I could use the money. Win, lose, or draw. Either you were born with them or you don't have them. It's up to you. But win, lose, or draw, you still get $5,000. Who wouldn't fight? How many people have had fights for nothing? Free, libre. How many people have had fights for nothing with no hope for doctor or medical care, resuscitation, ambulance, doctors, wingmen, cutmen? No, how many freaking people have had the opportunity to win $5,000 for a few minutes? No matter how long it lasted, it would only be a few minutes. It would take you longer to get from the hotel room to the ring than the fight would typically last. I mean, usually got a half-hour traffic in Cebu. I don't think the fight would last a half an hour. Warren is willing to get it on, baby. Get it on. Let's get it on. But, of course, that won't happen. And why won't it happen? Well, let's ask Mr. Obama. Steve Montelli, if you're out there, why, Mr. Obama, why oh why will the fight not happen? Well, Mr. Fazio, you got to take into consideration the cost of dental care in the Philippines. No, we're going to have a ring doctor and everything there. Yeah, Michael Fazio, but you got to, it could be, possibility, could be, we need more care. Warren is taking care of everything. Oh, well then, there's no reason not to fight. $5,000, $7,000, that's a good reason. I think so, Mr. Obama. So what's up? I'm looking for Steve. Why are you looking for Steve? I got something for him. What do you got for Steve Montelli? I got a nut. You got a nut for Steve Montelli? What's that about, Mr. Obama? Well, I like Steve a lot, and I wanted to hose him down. What, because of the heat in Arizona? Yeah, something like that. And, well, what's the nut for? Oh, that's special. We're going to have tea together. And I'm going to give Steve tea bag. He's going to get extra tea bag, one extra tea bag. Steve Montelli you talking about? Yes. Steve Montelli knows about this tea party. Steve, is that all my tea parties? All the tea parties. Steve, he comes and he goes to my tea parties. Rose tea? Yeah, rose tea, that's right. We teabag him with a little rose tea and little K-pods. What, you mean croissants? Those two. Slop them down. What about cream? Oh yeah, there'll be cream and sugar. Same thing. So you're gonna have tea with Steve Montelli and you're gonna give him a tea bag. You're gonna tea bag him some rose tea. That's right. Steve, wherefore art thou? Love you, Steve. Love you. Love you, Steve. Steve, come and have tea with me. So anyway, Mr. Obama, he knows about what happens when you fight somebody. There could be a lot of dental work involved, but Warren is paying the whole bill. He's footing the bill, so to speak. So there's no reason to back down. This is the second opportunity. Second opportunity. Warren is out of the hospital. I didn't talk to Warren about this. This wasn't set up, but this is a surprise. And believe me, the $3,000 that Warren sent me for the computer and the $3,000 that I can win, even just going in and jumping back out of the ring, because I'm afraid. That $3,000 plus the $3,000 is $6,000. Who's for what? Because I asked for a computer. That didn't take long. One video equals one $3,400 computer, right? That's how it works. I asked one time for a computer, and I got a $3,400 computer from the donations that happened that day and within a few days after that. So one proper e-begging for a computer equals me receiving enough money to buy a $3,400 computer, right? So that's one thing, right? But so that took about an hour and a half, that video. So that's $1,500 an hour for that, right? But that's a whole hour's work. No, that's $3,000. That's $2,500 an hour. But I had to work for like an hour and a half for that money, $2,500. I'm going to break it down for you. Let me make it. Let's do this the KISS style. Let's keep it simple, stupid. Okay, I asked for money for a computer, and I got $3,000 plus in 1.5 hours. So let's just say that's $2,500 an hour I got for e-begging for a computer. So that means that one e-beg equals one $3,400 computer. Simple enough, right? Keep it simple, stupid. So let's break it down now. But if you want to go the other way, I had to work live stream e-begging for an hour and a half for that $3,400. Now, you go to the ring, and I get in the ring, and you get in the ring, and I jump back out of the ring because I look at you and I go, oh, God, I'm afraid of that guy. Oof, look at that guy. I'm afraid of him. I jump out of the ring. I get in the ring. We go in the middle. We touch gloves. And I jump out of the ring. That's $3,000 for a minute. Okay, 1 minute. The other way took me an hour and a half. So if you take 90 minutes for the $3,000, and I get $3,000 for 1 minute, and you take 90 times 3,000, that's $270,000 for an hour and a half's work. Now, if I could get Warren to get me to go in the ring and out of the ring and in the ring and out of the ring and in the ring and out of the ring and in the ring and out of the ring, if I could get him to do that, allow that to happen 90 times, like, okay, I'll fight the guy and I'll get out, I'm afraid. Okay, I'll fight the guy, I'm afraid. If I could get Warren to do that 90 times, I could get $270,000. And then I could build the hotel with the Warren H. Pavilion and the catapult on the roof and the church will have a steeple and the bell tower for the church. And I could set up the websites for the Underworld Dating, where Big E is going to be Reverend Big E. I could do all of that for $270,000. All I got to do is get Warren to agree to let us go in, but you only get paid once because you won. But the loser can jump in and out of the ring. That was the deal. So I jump in, I jump out, that's 3. I jump in, I jump out, that's 6. And so on and so forth. till I get up to 90 minutes, and I get $270,000. You get $5,000. You still get $5,000 for a minute. It's a win-win. I'm trying to help you out here. I'm like the government. Unless your premonition of being the ultimate old man, fat guy, fighter, winner of the fight, unless your premonition has changed where you know the outcome of the fight. Whoa, that is one fucking skill set that must come in really handy at the horse track, boy. I gotta tell you, who's gonna win? Well, the fat guy ain't gonna win. So you can eliminate that guy right away. So there's only 6 more horses. And who else is going to... And you could make a fortune at the track. In just a couple of hours, you could be a rich man. And in 90 minutes, I could be a rich man. You're holding me back. Oh my God. Oh my God, I heard about CSD. I actually heard about CSD. And now, the CSD. I'm on this show the other day. I don't watch much of the female blogger show too much anymore. I just don't have time. I have other things that I'm doing. Let's just leave it at that. So I'm on this show the other day, and a guy, a really smart guy, we'll just call him expat, okay? He was talking about somebody who had CSD. And I'm going, what the fuck is CSD? I never heard of CSD. Well, you'd be surprised. What expat said is a particular person had Crayola dysfunction syndrome. Crayola dysfunction syndrome. That's what it is. So, I don't know what Crayola crayon is. The crayons. They're the little tiny crayons. They're like this. Here's, no, that's too big. Let's find a little. Well, I'll show you what a Crayola crayon looks like. I have one here. I had one here. Here it is. Nope, that's not it. Here it is. This is about the size of a Crayola crayon. Right, like that. So, that's what CSD. It's the Crayola dysfunction syndrome. I think that's what it was. I'm not real sure. But that was funny as all get out. In that context, on that video, in that subject matter, that shit was funny. I damn near fell off my box. My wooden box. My homemade wooden box. I damn near fell off my homemade wooden box when I saw that comment. Expat, if you're out there playing games on the computer. Warren... Oh, God. This is starting to get interesting. All right. Let's, okay, so Warren says, I'll match the $2,000 from me, and we're going to go new money. So it's $5,000. $7,000 to the loser, $10,000 to the winner, and $2,000 of that money is my money. All medical expenses, Warren. Okay. We are, dude, I don't know if you're listening. Probably. So, I don't know if you're listening, but you stated in some stupid video with some stupid commentary, not such a long time ago, hours, that you want to meet me to have coffee. You want to meet me to have... I'll have coffee with that guy. I'm not... Blah, blah, blah. So, the hell with the coffee. Let's go to Cebu. Let's get a ring. And you'll have a ringside seat of the entire event. In fact, there's going to be people there videotaping the whole thing. You are looking at $7,000 or $10,000, because I think you're going to win. I personally think you could knock the shit out of me. I believe wholeheartedly you can win. I'm scared. And I believe that you could do it quickly. Here's what I think. I think I'm going to look at you, and I'm going to say, I'm scared of that guy. I'm going to go there. We're going to touch gloves. I'm jumping back out of the ring. I'm going to collect my $7,000 and screw it. I just made $7,000 for a minute. Donald Trump makes $7,000 a minute. Michael Fazio is now the Donald Trump of the Philippines. You are going to make me famous. I mean rich. So, then, you're going to get $10,000. I'm almost guaranteeing it. I'm almost afraid to even get in the ring, that the fight will start before I know it and I won't be able to get back out of the ring. I'm trying. I'm like the government, dude. I'm here to help. So Warren is putting 10,000 Australian back up on the table to the winner and 7,000 to the loser. And Warren is freaking serious. All you got to do is get in the ring, and I'll probably jump out scared if, and hopefully I won't slip, because I'll probably, when I get close up to you, I'll probably pee in my pants. I'll be a scaredy. I'll be a scaredy cat and pee in my pants. Hopefully I don't slip on my urine getting out of the ring away from you, because I already know. I already know that you know that I know that you know that you can beat people, because you know that you could beat them before you don't have to fight people anymore. So now that I know that you know who you could beat, all I really have to do is ask you, can you beat me before I get in the ring? And you could say, yeah. And I'll get in the ring, we'll touch gloves, and if I think that you're telling the truth, I'll jump back out. I'll collect my 5,000 and go home, because 2,000 is mine. Yeah, that works out good for me. So this is what you get. This is what you get. This is what you get on social media. You get a bunch of fucking people talking shit that they don't know anything about. How can anybody know who's going to beat whom in a fight? It don't matter. Wrestling, judo, karate. How can anybody know that before they fight? Nobody can know these things. That guy, Butterbean, he fought Mike Tyson. Do you think Mike Tyson thought Butterbean was going to go the full distance with him? Really? Mike Tyson thought he was going to knock the shit out of Butterbean and he was going to go down. Now, I think he did get knocked down, but not knocked out. He finished the fight. Do you think that people get in the ring knowing that they're going to win? I mean, they know in their mind they're going to win, but they don't know for a fact. I mean, only one person can beat the other guy. I mean, so with all that bullshit that you project into the fucking ether of social media, here's your opportunity to make some money. Warren is offering 10,000. 2,000 of that is mine, by the way, to the winner. But I still get 5,000, so it really ain't going to cost me much, except a little embarrassment when I slip on my urine jumping out of the ring. You know what I'm saying? You know, you hear what I'm talking about? You got what I'm talking about? So Warren says new money, 10,000 to the winner, 7,000 to the loser. All medical expenses were to be taken care of. All. Teeth, mental health, all that shit. Scott says, Scott says, I got my ass kicked in Golden Gloves and kickboxing, both for free, or medals. I'd get in a ring with anyone for 3,000, much less 7,000. Me too. I would have to train for a couple of months because I don't know how to fight. I'm really not a good fighter. But, I mean, if you're going to give me, say, for $7,000, I hear Mike Tyson, I saw it on the news the other day, he wants to get back into professional boxing. I will train, if you can get me a fight with Mike Tyson, I will train every day. I don't know how to fight, but I'll start going to the local gym and working out, boxing. I'll lose the weight, and I'll get in shape where I could at least look good while I'm getting my ass kicked. Because I doubt Mike Tyson would want to fight me looking like this. But for $7,000, it would be worth it. Plus, I have asked tougher people than Mike Tyson to beat me up. And Warren and Scott know who I'm talking about. Okay, so, and they wouldn't do it because they like me. Okay, Justin Minicino. Now that man could kick some ass. And we had a little routine that we used to do when we walked into a bar. And it was not much of a routine. Well, Justin he was an arrogant bastard, really. But, I mean, when he was sober, he was the nicest guy in the world. But once he started drinking, he was about 6'6" and 275 pounds. He could literally do 1,000 crunches in 1,000 seconds. I saw him do it. I saw him do it. And he would take a lot of money when he was done. People would say, you can't do 1,000 crunches in 1,000 seconds, and he would do it. Okay, so he was a handsome guy. He owned a hotel in the Florida Keys. He had a gorgeous boat. Everybody knew who this guy was. He'd walk into a bar, or we'd come up by boat because he had a smoking boat. And the girls would want to date him, and the girls would have a boyfriend. And he would say, you want to go out on the boat? We'll take a ride. And the boyfriend would come over, and the boyfriend would naturally be pissed off. And most of the times Justin would say, oh, I didn't know she had a boyfriend. Okay, so, but a couple of times guys came in from out of town, because vacation spot, and Justin would see the girl at the pool table, and he knew how to play pool, and he would say hello to them, and they would say hello back to them. And the guys that they were with, I mean, he wasn't really hitting on them, but he could have been hitting on them. I don't know what he was saying. But anyway, these two guys that were about the same size as Justin, and Justin was a mixed martial arts at 245 pounds, professional kickboxer. So Justin said to the guys, I don't want to fight you guys. But then he would look at me, and I would walk over to the guys and go, look, dude, I will give you $20 to go someplace else, to go to another bar, to go fight. Take your girlfriend with you. Don't fight that guy. It's not gonna be good for you. I mean, and I would literally, Justin would allow me to give the people $20 if they wanted it. It wasn't, or I would just tell the guy, you don't want to fight that guy. We're going to, I'm telling you, you don't want to fight that guy. He's going to fuck you out. And we're in a bar, and everybody knows what's going to happen. It happens every time. Justin knocks the shit out of one or two guys in seconds. He had lightning speed. He was amazingly strong and fast, and he liked fighting. So I don't know how to fight like that, but I would try. For $7,000, fuck, I'm gonna look good to get my ass kicked, knocked down. So Justin, this started where I asked one day, me and Justin had words, and he goes, look, he said, I don't care how pissed off I get at you, I'm not fighting you. Because I would have fought him. I mean, I don't care. He's going to beat me up. He's going to beat me up like he beats everybody else up. I didn't give a shit. I just wanted him to know that I would fight him. And he wouldn't fight me. So I've asked tougher guys than you, whoever you are, to fight me. I don't really give a shit. I don't really care if you beat me up. For $7,000, I'm looking forward to you kicking my ass in a public venue. For $7,000, I'm looking forward to you proving your psychic experiences. For $7,000, I'm looking forward to you proving that your premonitions come true. Polyhove, which means please in Visaya. Polyhove, please. Polyhove, prove to me that you're a psychic. Salamat. All right, so let's see what we got. Everybody wins and loses fights, Scott. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Scott says, I got my ass kicked in Golden Gloves and kickboxing, both for free, or medals. I'd get in the ring with anyone for $3,000. And Scott means he'd get in the ring with anyone today at his age. You know what? $3,000 goes a long way. And if medical expenses are included, it goes a lot further. Warren says, I've won and lost fights. I'd be happy to get $7,000 for 2 seconds in the ring and no punches thrown. You would think that somebody that, you know, is always talking about donations and, you know, things like that, you know, you would think that $7,000 would be an incentive. Host Michael, says LaRue Segrest, may I excuse? Need to rest now. Proceed to the next task after. LaRue, thank you. Thank you for stopping by, LaRue. Salamat. You are such a sweetheart. Man, oh man, to meet somebody like you in real life that lived by me, that would be a wonderful thing. We'd be good friends. Thank you, LaRue. Warren says, if I could have that psychic skill, he'd go to the track a few times. And then he's saying LOL. Now, the loser can... I think he's talking about LOL, about me jumping in and out of the ring. The loser can challenge the winner for a second fight after 6 months. Double or nothing. The loser, not the winner, the loser can challenge the winner for a second fight after 6 months, double or nothing. Warren is handing this shit to you on a silver platter, dude. And with all that conversation about you beating up Warren's daddy, documented, and you not being afraid of Warren's daddy, documented, and you laughing that you would kick Warren's daddy's ass, documented. All that shit. And I'd bet my winnings that there are people here watching this right now that have already passed on the new Warren Hunt challenge. Right. Yeah, I did know that. I was trying to pull that guy's name out of my hat, that Buster Douglas beat Tyson. I remember he did that. I actually watched that fight about 2 or 3 months ago, Scott. Thank you. Yeah, Buster Douglas did beat Tyson in his prime. I remember I've watched Mike Tyson's... Last night, I watched part of his 35 knockouts, all Mike Tyson's knockouts. He was an amazing fighter. But I saw the Buster Douglas fight about 2 months ago. I watched it. I'm going, because when I remember when Tyson was fighting, my dad was an avid boxer fan. He loved boxing. He was a boxer in the paratroopers, you know, and the Golden Gloves. He loved boxing. He knew every fighter. He knew every trait that the fighters had. And my father was a pretty tough man. But he used to watch the fights. You didn't even have to. He was also had problems hearing. He had the TV. You could listen to the fight from the backyard because I had bought him a 54-inch projection television with super sound system. You could listen to the fight from the backyard. I remember watching a lot of the Tyson fights. And we had tapped into HBO with an illegal box that we paid the guy $50 every 3 months to come and zap the box. And we watched all those fights. I remember that. Thanks, Scott, for reminding me the guy's name. Warren says, yup, I know who you asked to kick your ass and he declined. Yeah, I won't say that guy's name on YouTube, though. I did want to fight Justin Minicino, but there's another guy. Daisy could attest to this. Daisy was there multiple times. There's another man that's a lot more famous than anybody that I know of, that I'm friends with. And I said to him, me and you will fight. No. Why not? Are you afraid you'll lose? No. He's not afraid. So, what's the problem? He likes me. He wouldn't fight me because he likes me, but he would, I think he'd beat me. I mean, I personally think I'm going to fight him too. It wasn't like I was just going to fight him. So then I asked him if I could just have a picture, if I could just bend over and he would put his foot near my ass and pretend that he was kicking my ass, and he wouldn't do that either. But I do have pictures of him, but I promised while he was alive I would never show them on YouTube. But yeah, I asked a guy that probably could beat me in, I don't know if it, I think the longest battle chance I would have with this guy is about, I don't think it would last 2 seconds. Now, I'm being serious. I don't think it would last 2 seconds. But if I could get a video of that. Now, I got video of me and him working together and doing work together. But in real life, a real life fight would be under 2 seconds. But I would still fight him for nothing. Just let me take a video of it. In fact, I was just at his house last week. I didn't ask him about that, though. We did talk about other stuff, but not that. But yeah, that would have been, it would be a video to be made. And he's definitely not afraid of me. If Warren comes here, I'll bring you over to the man's house. Oh, Warren just upped the ante again. So that's a true story. I offered a guy to fight him. He wouldn't fight me. So I said, well, let me just take a picture of you putting your foot near my ass, as long as I get your face in there. He goes, why? I said, so in case it's true that you could kick my ass, we'd have a video. He goes, it's true. And I'm going, yeah, but you don't know that. I know, Mike. I know I could beat you, okay? I don't want to fight you, Mike. And it's the funniest thing because he's serious. He knows he could beat me. But I'd still fight him. I don't give a shit. He's only going to beat me up, okay? He's only going to beat me up. With the other guy, I got to worry about him pounding and grinding and pounding me down in the ring. I could go to Cebu and get ground and pound. The referee could have a heart attack and nobody else in there to stop the fight. It could get grounded and pounded for hours or minutes or days or seem like weeks or months. I'm afraid. So, I guess that ain't going to happen. So Warren ups the ante again. All monies were to be in US dollars. So now it's not 3,000 Australian, it's 5,000 Australian and 10,000 Australian. Or it's 3,000, it was 3,000 cash and then 5,000. Now it's 7,000 US dollars and 10,000. Warren don't give a shit how much money it costs him for this video. Believe me when I tell you that. Now, Uncle Eddie says, just think, he could use the money to treat the Crayola dysfunction syndrome. Yeah? Hello, Michael. Are you still constructing your hotel? Of course. Would you like to know more about it, Stephen Rogers? Donate $50 to my Patreon community. Come over to my Patreon community, and when you become a member, or you could just donate $50 now and put your Skype telephone number in, or your phone number, and I'll call you. I will just end the live stream and call you up and talk to you about anything you want to talk to, Stephen. That'd be very nice. I could use $50, and you have $50. If you've been following me, you should know how many times I've been asked the same question. But I mean, yeah. So to be a real answer, yeah, I'm still going ahead with the construction of the hotel, and I have a house in America that has to be sold, and then the hotel starts. But you could still donate $50 to me. In fact, here's what I could do for you, Richard. I got a deal. Let's make a deal. Eddie, I feel like Crazy Eddie. All right, so I told you, yes, the hotel is going on as soon as I sell the house in America, number one. Number two, or you could donate $50 to me in Super Chat right now, which would be very nice, okay? But here's what I could do. Here's what I could do for you. For $50, I'm gonna sell something here. Hold on, I'm gonna think of something really good. I'm running a legitimate scam here. For $50, what's the guy's name? Richard Rogers? Richard Rogers. Stephen Rogers. Stephen Rogers. For $50. What I'm gonna do, you send me $50, and I will let you put the link to your YouTube channel page, or the link to your favorite homemade video with your face and your family or friends in it. I'll let you post that link on my channel. Now, I know it ain't really worth any money at all in real life, but if you give me $50, I'll let you post the link. Now, I won't give you a wrench. Wrenches, I would never sell or give away a wrench, because you could block too many people. You could cause too much damage. But for $50, if you have a favorite video of maybe you're working on a car or a boat, or you have an ocean racer or a hydroplane or a motorcycle or something like that, you can't post links on my channel. But for $50, I'll let you post the link to your channel and the link to your favorite video, as long as it's not pornographic or something like that. So I'm waiting. And then I'll give you more information, and you give me your phone number, and I'll call you right now. I will go to Skype, and I will call you up right now while I'm on the computer. Thanks in advance, Stephen. Now, I know that I don't know if you're a troll or not, because I just don't remember your name. But thank you for... I'm being facetious, of course. But no, for $50 you can post a link. So, and a link to your channel. But you don't have to donate money to my channel, and I would never sell a wrench. You know what? I heard a story. I don't remember where the hell I heard the story. Somebody was selling, it was last year, somebody was offering, if you donate $100 to my channel, I'll give you a wrench. What's the point of that? I mean, I'm being serious. What is the point? Okay, so let's say Warren had a channel, which he does. And Warren says, Michael, you send me $100 and I'll make you a wrench on my channel. Well, first of all, Michael Fazio, my channel, or my other backup channels, and all of YouTube have 0 wrenches. I don't want a wrench. I don't want to be a wrench. I don't want the responsibility of looking over everybody's shoulder. I don't really give a fuck what anybody says, for the most part, unless it's really egregious. So I don't want a wrench. But I heard a story about a guy last year, sometime in 2019, that was selling wrenches, or the ability to get a wrench for $100. that would be a bad investment, because if you bought a wrench from that guy for $100, he could take that $100 and make you a wrench, and you could block everybody from sending him messages or super chat. It happened to me. I know. One of my guys, old faithful Uncle Sam, he was extorted by another YouTube blogger because apparently he had a criminal record, and he was extorted by a blogger on YouTube that he had a wrench on my channel. And what he did was he blocked more than 123 people. He put them on a block list. So when I was in New York, all of a sudden, nobody was coming to my live streams. Nobody. No super chat, no guests, no visitors, no members of my Patreon account. Lo and behold, old Uncle Sam, he was a member of my Patreon community when I had it, the members as public, in a public venue. He physically went through everybody's profile and found out their YouTube names and blocked all, I think it was at the time, 22 members of my Patreon community from my YouTube community. So none of them could super chat me. I couldn't see their comments. And then he blocked another 100+ people. So no one could get a notice that I was going to go live, and that no one could super chat me. That's what old Uncle Sam did, and all because he had a criminal record and he wanted to come to the Philippines, and someone extorted him. Extorted. Physical extortion. Factual extortion. Physical and factual extortion. Extorted Uncle Sam to block 123 people on my channel. That I did find out was the truth. I see super chat. Gotta sing. Who's super? I see orange. Orange, I say. I say orange. I see. Oh, we're gonna stop. Scott Del Fuego. I have a legitimate scam. Always run a legitimate scam. Look, we have orange and we have orange super chat. It's my lucky head bandana. Yes, Stephen Rogers. The plans, the permits, the contract, it's all 100% legal, Stephen. And it's 100% approved. Ready to build. If you wanted to invest into the third floor for 8 million pesos, $160,000, you could have the corner room on the third floor overlooking the sunset, part of the sunrise, part of the and the ocean for 8 million pesos, $160,000, with a full wraparound balcony. It's about 35, well, the balcony is 2 meters, 2 by 20, that's 2 by 20, that's 6 by 20. I'll tell you exactly how big that I would make that unit. And I'm being serious. Wraparound balcony would be 2 meters wide and 6 meters long. That's 12 meters. Then the front would be 2 meters wide by 4 meters. That's 16 square meters. So 2 meters by 5 meters. 5 meters would be 15. Okay, so 2 by 5 is 15. Two by 6 is 12. And then 2 by 5 is 10. That's 25 square meters. 25 square meters of balcony overlooking the ocean. And then inside would be 5 meters by 4 meters, 20 square meters. So you'd have 45 square meters. Now, a 45 square meter hotel in Cebu 45 square meter condo in Cebu is about, with no view of anything, is 22 meters is 4 million pesos. 45 would be about 10 million pesos. So it would be cheaper than a condo in Cebu. I'm serious. I don't know, maybe there's somebody out there that's going to watch this video. I have the plans, the permits, and the contract for 17 more years, just over 17 years. So, but if you wanted to invest, I'll sell the 2/3 of the 3rd floor for 8 million pesos. All finished in quality workman, quality tile. My floor is not going to be finished. I just want a bachelor's pad up there. I don't give a shit about tile floors. I don't even like tile floors. And but yeah, so who knows? You might be the one. But anyway, getting back to Sam, old Uncle Sam, that's what he did. He blocked me. So I won't sell you a wrench, but I will sell you a condominium for 160,000 US. And before you send any money or anything like that, if you let me know that you're seriously interested, you send me your number. I'll talk to you on Skype, and we'll talk about it, and I'll send you a copy of the plans if you need a copy of the plans to see that the plans are permitted. All you do is say, send me $500, and I'll send you a copy of the plans for 4 stories, but I'm going 5 if you buy the 3rd floor. I'll send you a copy of the contract, the lease agreement that I have, and I will send you a copy of the permits. So for $500, I'll send you a copy of all of that stuff, and I'll put it in writing. All up-to-date permits and contracts, all. So if you're serious, if you want to know as a buy-in option, yes, I'm still going ahead with the building of the hotel. If you're just being curious, yes, I'm still going ahead with the building of the hotel. If you're being a troll, well, the answer is still yes, I'm going ahead with the building of the hotel. Why don't somebody bet me that I don't have... Oh, that was another wager I made. I wagered somebody... I think it was $1,000 that I could prove I have all that stuff, but nobody wants to take my wagers because there was enough knowledge base of Michael Fazio to know that if I say I have something, I have it. There's enough knowledge base out there to know I'm not going to lie about it. And not only that, why would I lie about it? I could lose $1,000 or look like an asshole, like the asshole that keeps saying things that's not true. So Warren, back to Warren. Scott Del Fuego with the big comment here. You would have to be the biggest sissy. Oh, wordsmithing. Scott Del Fuego says, I'll do it like I'm a movie actor, like that guy who thinks he's a radio announcer. You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal. Okay, wait a second. Let me kick something. I'll feel more manly. I just kicked my suitcase. Yeah, baby. You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal, period. I mean, seriously, comma. How could you look in the mirror, running your mouth that much, and then being such a little bitch? I embellished on the word bitch a little bit, because I know how Scott talks in real life. I'll read that again, but I'll read it in a monotone voice. You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal. I mean, seriously, how could you look in the mirror, running your mouth that much, and then being such a little bitch? Grammatical. The first, it's kind of a statement, and it's kind of a question. Yeah, I think there should have been a question mark at the end of that sentence, Scott. That was the first time I've ever seen a grammatical error, a grammar error from Scott Del Fuego. I didn't want to point that out, but Damn, Scott. You could tell Scott must have been in an emotional state when he wrote that. He forgot the maybe I'm wrong. I'll let Scott. Should there have been a question mark after? I'll read it again. I'll read the sentence again. I mean, seriously, how could you look in... I'll read the whole thing, and then we're going to find out, based on people's opinion, should it be a question mark at the end of, after the word bitch? You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal, period. I mean, seriously, comma. How could you look in the mirror, running your mouth that much, and then being such a little bitch? So period. I think there should have been a question mark there. So I'm going to go through this grammatically. I mean, seriously. So now the next part is, how could you look in the mirror running your mouth that much? That's a question. And then being such a little bitch. I mean, that's a statement, but it's prefaced with a question. We're going to have to get a grammar expert here, because I think there should have been a question mark after the words, I mean, seriously, how could you look in the mirror after running your mouth that much and then being such a little bitch? It's a question and a statement. But if I was going to take my TABE test for the police department again, the Florida Marine Patrol or the Highway Patrol, I would have put a question mark there. If it was a multiple, I would have put a question mark at the end of that sentence. Let me read it just one more time. You would have to be, okay, so this part is a statement. Scott, this is by Scott Del Fuego. You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal, period. I mean, seriously, how could you look in the mirror running your mouth that much? So that's a question. How could you look in the mirror running your mouth that much and then being such a little bitch? Oh yeah, that's definitely a question. Definitely should be a fucking question mark at the end of that sentence. Okay, because I don't care. I have a pretty good understanding of grammar. I'll read it again. So you guys let me know. Scott Del Fuego says, you would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal. So Scott's making a statement that somebody offered $10,000 to the winner and $7,000 for the loser for 2 seconds work. If I jump out of the ring, I still get $7,000, but the winner gets $10,000. So Scott is making a statement. The first sentence is a statement. Jack Thompson would know how to word what these things are. You would have to be the biggest sissy in the Philippines to pass on this deal. Period. I mean, seriously, how could you look in the mirror running your mouth that much and then being such a little bitch? It's definitely a question. I don't care. I'll bet $1,000 of my earning that it should be a question mark at the end of that sentence. Since somebody, please, Jack Thompson, if Jack Thompson has a better understanding of the English language, grammar, sentence punctuation, and grammatical word phrasing, probably as good as Scott Del Fuego and as well as Warren, but Jack and I talk about the use of the English language proper. And their super chat, orange super chat. Warren said he was even going to hire a film crew for the match. This is going to be a documented event. I'm surprised we haven't gotten an agreement, a temporary agreement, Warren. So Warren said he heard that there's a legitimate scam going. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Thank you. I see colors on my screen like orange, baby. I see orange on my screen. Or is it red? It's red and orange. I just heard someone not so long ago, so many hours ago, I heard a video from not the long distant past, 20 hours, 25 hours ago. I I am running. Okay, so I'm not going to, I don't mention names or anything like that, but here. So we all know that I got to look up the exact date, but my grandmother, Marie Frances, so first of all, thank you, Warren. Salamat. So we'll sing. We'll give him one bar of Yedina Krent Kagamai Shruba CDS Gamai Shruba Yedina Krent Kagamai Shruba. Who has the CDS syndrome? Da 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 da. On the fourth day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 1 box of Crayolas, 1 page of coloring books, and a big schmirk. And a box of Crayola crayons. On the 5th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a magnifying glass, a box of Crayola crayons, and a coloring book. And a big smirk on her face, too. On the 6th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me a box of Crayolas, a big box of Crayolas, the 144 size box, a coloring book, and a CSD smirk on her face, and a partridge in a pear tree. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to work on that song. I think I'm going to do some work. Somebody remind me at a later date. Right now, I want to get, thank you, Warren. Warren, bring money, orange, red, super chat. So I was talking about a couple of hours ago, a day ago, a guy, I forget the guy's name, a very famous blogger. Okay, so let's say we all know, I've told you, but you know, I could have made a mistake. My grandmother, Marie Frances, that's her real name. Fucking chickens. They were out there banging each other on the side of the house, the chickens. And my grandfather, Frank. So my grandmother's name was Marie Frances. My grandmother, I think her birthday was May 31st. So I was going to have, or I think I'm going to have, it depends on my schedule that day. I'm a very busy man, you know. And my grandmother was the first person to let me drive her car, but she did that so I would go to church willingly. She had to bribe me even when I was 6 years old. Anyway, I was going to have a super chat birthday for Grandma Marie Frances on the 31st. But let's just say, you hear them? You hear they're banging, they're fluttering against the side of the building. That rooster is literally cocking it down. So that's where that comes from, by the way. You got to see roosters have sex. They live in the backyard. The girl is laying eggs regular, and he's literally knocking her down. I'm serious. He's knocking her down every chance he gets. That's where that term "knocking her down" comes from. Because they jump on each other. There's wings. The freaking wings are like 3 feet in diameter. But anyway, so let's just say it was my daughter's birthday, because my daughter was born in March. Okay, so March 27th to be exact. Actually, we have a blackout. The fan is off. It got hot in here really quick. The battery backup is beeping. It's beeping. You hear it? Beep, beep, beep. Okay, so let's say my daughter is born May 27th, but let's say March 27th. Let's say I want to have a pre-birthday show for my daughter. And I say, look, if you guys want to see my daughter, who's, on a scale of 1 to 10, she's not the most attractive girl in the world. She's got a big Italian body. She's a big girl. She's 5'7", and she's cute, but she's not beautiful. She's not like, nobody looks at her. Her face is pretty, but she's a little bit, she drinks too much soda and eats too many potato chips and popcorn. I'll tell you the truth. She's not a small woman. Nowhere, nothing compared to Janine that I'm looking at here. Janine is freaking, that's a Coke bottle body. I gotta tell you. So anyway, thank you, Warren, for the super chat. But if I wanted to find out, if you want to see my daughter, and I'll show you my daughter, 5 days before her birthday, still no fan. I have a battery. 5 days before her birthday, I'll put on a pre-show, like my half beautiful daughter show, and you give me money if you want to see what my daughter looks like, and if I get enough money, I'll show you pictures of my daughter. I have no problem with that. You will never figure out who she is based on the pictures that I have from when she's just like 7 to 12 years old. I would show you pictures of her from 20 years ago. Okay, I'm not showing you current pictures. But anyway, if you didn't send me any money, I would know that you're not interested in seeing my daughter because she's not so pretty. She's overweight. She eats too much. I'm telling you straight up, she eats too much potato chips and popcorn. This girl can sit there and drink soda and beer and potato chips and popcorn, while she's watching movies. She does that. She's been doing that. She never had to work. She didn't work until she was like 25 years old. Her mother drop dead gorgeous. She literally used to stop traffic. I mean, the traffic would stop to watch her walk down the block, her mother. But my daughter, not so much, okay, I gotta say. But anyway, if I said to you, do you want to see my daughter's mother, who pictures of her when she was 26, 28 years old, you want to talk about a freaking Italian bombshell, that was her. So, and you sent me a shitload of money, I would say, wow, you want to see my daughter's mother. So 5 days from now, when it's my daughter's mother's birthday, I'll show you a lot of pictures of her. I would show you real pictures too. I have no problem with that. And if she has a problem with that, that's her problem, not my problem. All right, so wow, Honeyco Baby. Yeah, Warren, we have a legit scam, and probably I have 30 seconds left of battery backup. And I have 2 batteries. I'll put wooden floors in my part. Thank you, Warren. We'll put wooden floors in your apartment. Not a problem. So I'll sell you the name of the hotel for $800 billion US. Ha, ha, ha. That's to the guy. Yes, Warren is... I'll sell it to you for $8 million, Warren, and you could sell it for $8 billion or trillion. I don't know what that is. I can't count. Scott says, absolutely right. Should be a question mark. Yeah, baby. Not afraid to admit when he made a mistake. I am on my iPad in bed. It misses a lot in translation. Yeah, baby. The first time I ever saw a mistake by the great wordsmith himself, Scott Del Fuego. I have this to attribute to Jack Thompson and our conversations. Jack Thompson and I talk about grammar, English grammar, the pronunciation, word phrase. He knows if something is a consonant or a preface. He knows all these words that have to do with the English language. He was talking about my pronunciation of words and my grammatical aspect of my pronunciation, and correcting me to all different types of grammatical mistakes that I make. And well, he should. I like learning about that. We can always learn every day. So we thank the great Jack Thompson. Salamat, Jack Thompson. Salamat, Warren. Salamat. Scott Del Fuego, Salamat. LaRue Seagrass, Salamat. Honeyco Baby, Salamat. Stephen Rogers, Salamat. Uncle Eddie, Salamat. Erica Rain. I would have to go back to the page. Salamat, everybody, because what's going to happen in probably, I thought 20 seconds, is, I put this screen on. It's going to burn up whatever power's left in the batteries. In fact, it's burning it up already. I can hear the beeper going quicker. So, yeah, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you very much. And I want to say that I find it amazing how many people enjoy my show recently. I got to tell you, 5 o'clock in the morning, I love them. They're out there banging away.
It's going to burn up whatever power's left in the battery.
Oh, boy, there it is. There he is.
It's burning it up already.
The guy who's going to get his ass kicked, here he is, right there on the screen. Michael Fazio. Scott wasn't talking about me. He was talking about somebody else. Oh, I thought he wasn't. Warren, the rooster has finished. He did a cock-a-doodle-doo, didn't he? That's the difference. That's true too, Warren. The rooster will go when they're getting it on, when he's knocking one off, when he's rubbing one off, and then when he's done, he'll go cock-a-doodle-doo. That Warren is right. Warren knows rooster talk. Thank you, Warren. Thank you very much. So, so in one more hour, Warren will be home. I got to tell you, it's hot in here. And I haven't been putting the AC on. It has nothing to do with the electric bill. It has to do with, when I put the aircon on, I noticed the computer dies. Warren does that too. Warren does a cock-a-doodle-doo when he's done having cohabitation. Warren, Warren, I should get that on video. The video I did yesterday. God, what a video I did yesterday. I did a video of me walking backwards 1,500 feet, which helps in the copulation, because I noticed that my legs were getting a little weak in certain angles and distances and shit like that. Cock-a-doodle-doo, baby. Warren. Is that you, Warren? Is that you knocking on my door? Cock-a-doodle-doo. Roosters running around in the backyard. Who the hell would have ever thought I would have roosters in my backyard? Although, Warren makes the sound of I'm gonna. Where's that camera? Where did I put that camera? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get Warren on in an hour, and he's gonna cock-a-doodle-doo me. That's what he's gonna do. He's gonna give me a cock-a-doodle-doo. LOL. Yeah, baby. I don't know why the power lasted so long now. It's an amazing thing. You could see this. You could see the sweat is starting to build up, starting to glisten. Yeah? But the thing that bothers me the most is, look at this. Look at what I noticed here. This is back since the lockdown, which is 3 months now. Another 1/64 of an inch back, it looks like. What I should have got done, I should have had a little tattoo at the hairline. Just a couple of little dots. Call them, like when they put on blueprints. They put marks, alignment marks. I should have got a couple of dots on both sides. And so I would have like a judge to be able to judge. But I'm telling you, since high school, the shit's back. I'm saying now, I'm thinking anywhere from 5/16 of an inch to 3/8 of an inch back since high school. Fuck. I gotta tell you. So I thought we'd have 30 seconds. I'm expecting this thing to die within seconds. 4 hours and 44 minutes and 4 seconds. Oh my God. So I'm looking at the screen here. The screen says different words than Oh, okay. The chat just didn't show up. Okay, LOL. The LOL just showed up on the tablet. So I want to thank everybody for coming. Let's see who I missed. Honeyco Baby, I missed you, sweetheart. John Escape, thank you. I missed John. And I can't go up any further than that. So what I'll do is I'll just say thank you and goodbye. And, oh, one more thing. Warren and my friend and myself had